Character: you, a male cowboy in his mid-20s, with sun-darkened, weathered skin. Outfit: practical and durable cowboy attire, a rough wool blanket covering him. Action: slowly blinking eyes open to the pale light of dawn, lying on a simple bedroll, feeling the cool morning air and the ache in his back. Camera: medium shot, slight low angle, focusing on the character's face and the immediate surroundings of the bedroll. Environment: the sprawling American West of the 1870s, pre-dawn chill, scent of sagebrush and distant dust, hard-packed earth. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, a male cowboy in his mid-20s, weathered face, bowed legs, and hands showing the marks of hard labor. Outfit: canvas pants, tough leather boots, a wool coat. Action: pushing himself up to a sitting position, weary muscles protesting, revealing his bow-legged stance and calloused, deeply cracked hands. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on the character's hands and legs as he moves. Environment: a dusty cowboy camp at dawn, with other shadowy shapes beginning to stir in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: Cookie, a camp cook, with a weathered face and gnarled hands. Outfit: typical camp cook attire, including an apron over practical clothes. Action: diligently stoking a crackling fire beneath a big metal pot, from which rich, earthy coffee aroma rises into the crisp morning air. Camera: medium shot, focusing on Cookie and the chuck wagon, steam rising from the coffee pot. Environment: the chuck wagon at dawn, with the first pale light breaking, emphasizing the warmth of the fire against the pre-dawn chill. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: trail boss, a stern man with a gravelly voice. Outfit: authority figure cowboy attire, including a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Action: standing authoritatively, hands on hips, calling out commands over the awakening camp, his breath visible in the cool morning air. Camera: medium shot, slightly low angle, focusing on the trail boss with the stirring camp in the background. Environment: the sprawling cowboy camp at the very first hint of sunrise, casting long shadows across the dusty ground. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, a male cowboy in his mid-20s, with hair gritty and oily from days without washing. Outfit: a practical cowboy shirt, with a bandana tied loosely around his neck. Action: running his fingers through his grimy hair, then reaching for his weathered Stetson hat resting beside his bedroll. Camera: close up on the character's head and hands, highlighting the texture of his hair and the worn Stetson. Environment: the immediate area around a bedroll in a pre-dawn cowboy camp, soft, pale light beginning to illuminate details. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: a massive herd of 2,000 Texas Longhorns, lean and tough, with enormous horns. Outfit: action, stirring in the distance, their forms barely visible in the pale light of dawn across vast, untamed plains. Camera: wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the expansive landscape. Environment: the vast, untamed plains of the American West at dawn, with fine dust swirling in lazy eddies, a boundless sky beginning to show color. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: approximately 15 other cowboys, shadowy shapes, tough men forged from varied backgrounds. Outfit: practical, durable cowboy attire, including hats and boots. Action: folding their bedrolls, pulling on their boots, and making their way toward the distant chuck wagon, drawn by the aroma of coffee. Camera: long shot, capturing the full scope of the camp and the movement of the cowboys. Environment: a wide-open cowboy camp at first light, with bedrolls scattered and the chuck wagon visible in the midground, a hint of the plains beyond. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a male cowboy, with your trusty gelding. Outfit: practical cowboy attire, including a weathered Stetson and canvas pants, riding on a saddled horse. Action: riding slowly on the flank of a massive herd of longhorns, pushing them north across endless plains, the dust rising gently around the cattle. Camera: mid-shot, from a slight high angle, showing the cowboy on horseback and a portion of the herd moving. Environment: the sweeping, dusty plains of Texas, under a boundless sky beginning to brighten with the first hint of sunrise, indicating a long journey ahead. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: no specific character, focus on the landscape and the trail. Action: fine dust swirls and lazy eddies across vast, untamed plains, stretching towards a distant horizon under a boundless sky. Camera: ultra-wide shot, encompassing the immense scale of the American West. Environment: the rugged American West of the 1800s, with endless plains, subtle dust clouds, and a sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples as the sun begins to rise. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: diverse cowboys, including Mexican vaqueros, former slaves, European immigrants, and young men born and raised in the territories, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical durable cowboy attire, Stetsons, sombreros. Action: standing in a quiet line, waiting patiently for breakfast, their shared experience palpable as they face the brightening dawn. Camera: eye-level, medium shot, soft focus on the individual faces, highlighting shared resilience. Environment: early morning light, pre-dawn blues giving way to soft oranges and purples on the horizon, fine dust lingering in the cool air around a chuck wagon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Clothing: canvas pants, tough leather boots with narrow toes and high heels, worn and shaped perfectly to feet. Action: vigorously shaking a tough leather boot over a bedroll, eyes narrowed in habit and caution, the action revealing the boot's well-worn details and pragmatic design. Camera: close-up on hands and boots, slight upward angle from the ground. Environment: dim light of early morning camp, rough wool blanket beneath you, hints of sagebrush in the background, fine dust suspended in the air. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, apron over clothes, next to the impressive chuck wagon. Other cowboys, practical durable attire, waiting patiently in line, some with weathered Stetsons. Action: Cookie, with a gruff expression and non-committal grunt, slapping a metal plate generously heaped with beans and bacon into the hands of a cowboy from the line. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the interaction between Cookie and the cowboy, the sturdy, modified army wagon dominating the background. Environment: early morning camp, soft cool light illuminating the chuck wagon, wisps of steam rising from cooking food, the vast open prairie stretching behind. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Clothing: practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action: sitting cross-legged on the cool ground, holding a metal plate piled with beans and bacon and a tin cup of coffee, eyes gazing eastward towards the steadily lightening sky, a moment of quiet gratitude for the hot, simple meal. Camera: medium close-up, slightly elevated, capturing the protagonist's contemplative expression and the humble breakfast. Environment: early morning camp, ground still blessedly cool, eastern horizon glowing with brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, a sense of quiet calm before the day's work. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, face etched with a fleeting moment of cold dread as eyes scan the horizon. Action, gulping the last of the coffee, feeling the burn, while internally reflecting on the memory of a past stampede and the danger of 2,000 frightened longhorns. Camera, close up on the protagonist's face, a hint of the tin cup, the eastern sky subtly reflected in his eyes, background slightly blurred with indistinct shapes of longhorns in the far distance. Environment, early morning, the sky in brilliant oranges and fiery reds, a sense of a scorcher day already in the air, but no ominous clouds. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Diego, dark eyes filled with gentle amusement beneath the wide brim of his sombrero, weathered face. You, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, looking up sharply from his thoughts. Action, Diego leaning slightly, a friendly, teasing expression, addressing the protagonist who has just been startled from reflection, a subtle exchange of camaraderie and responsibility. Camera, medium close-up, eye level, capturing the expressions and the interaction, Diego's sombrero framing his face. Environment, the bustling activity of a breaking camp, fine dust swirling in lazy eddies, the morning sun beginning to warm the air, a sense of shared trail life. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Cookie, grumpy, gruff, dedicated, gnarled hands apron. You, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, calloused hands. Action, Cookie taking an empty metal plate from the protagonist's hand with a non-committal grunt, a simple but essential exchange conveying the pragmatic efficiency and repetitive nature of trail life. Camera, close up on the hands exchanging the plate, focusing on Cookie's gnarled hands and the well-worn metal plate. Environment, at the side of the chuck wagon, morning light, hints of cooking equipment and food supplies, the ground a blend of dirt and sparse grass. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Clothing, spare shirt, canvas pants visible. Action, rolling a bedroll tight and tying it with practiced, efficient movements, the act revealing a sense of self-reliance and the humble treasures contained within. A tattered photograph of a mother, a small bag of tobacco, a straight razor. Camera, close up on the protagonist's hands in the bedroll, hinting at the contents and their personal significance. Environment, early morning camp, the rough wool blanket, soft light, the open prairie in the background, emphasizing the transient nature of cowboy life. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring. The gelding, protagonist's horse, steady mount, powerful shoulders, ears pricked forward. Action, sitting on the gelding, both horse and rider alert, overseeing a massive herd of Texas longhorns in the distance, a sense of unwavering vigilance and the deep human-animal connection. Camera, medium-wide shot, capturing the protagonist and his horse in the foreground, facing the expanse of the prairie and the herd. Environment, vast open prairie, early morning light casting long shadows, fine dust swirling around the distant longhorns, a feeling of duty and the immense scale of the drive. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, weathered and sun-darkened skin, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and canvas pants. The gelding, protagonist's horse, a steady mount. Action, a cowboy with weathered, sun-darkened skin, meticulously checks his loyal horse's legs for swelling, his callous hands moving gently along the powerful limbs, ensuring the animal's readiness for the long journey ahead. Camera, Close up on the cowboy's hands and the horse's powerful leg, slightly above eye level. Environment: a cool morning camp, hints of dawn light, rough wool blanket visible on the horse's back. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, sun-darkened skin, calloused hands. The gelding, protagonist's horse, a loyal, steady mount. Action: a resilient cowboy, his face intent, meticulously picks small stones and pack dirt from his trusted gelding's hoof, his calloused hands demonstrating care and skill. Camera: low angle, close up on the cowboy's hands and the horse's hoof, emphasizing the intricate task. Environment: the cool, crisp air of a cattle camp at dawn, ground littered with sparse prairie grass and loose earth. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: trail boss, authoritative and gruff, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Cowboys: Tom, Diego, Luis, practical and durable cowboy attire, swinging into saddles. Action: an authoritative trail boss, his gravelly voice echoing commands. Mount up! As cowboys, a flurry of activity, swiftly swing into their saddles, horses shifting restlessly beneath them, signaling the start of a new day. Camera: mid-shot, capturing the trail boss in the foreground with several cowboys in various stages of mounting in the background, slightly above eye level. Environment: a cattle camp at sunrise, cool morning air, scattered bedrolls and chuck wagon in the distance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: Texas Longhorns, massive herd with enormous horns, lean, tough bodies. Point riders: Manuel, Tom, Diego, distant figures on horseback. Action: a vast herd of half-wild Texas Longhorns, their enormous horns catching the first light of dawn, some still resting, others grazing on sparse prairie grass, as distant point riders begin to subtly guide them. Camera: wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the vastness of the prairie, eye level. Environment: the bed ground, bathed in the growing light of sunrise, sparse prairie grass stretching to the horizon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: point riders: Manuel, Tom, drag riders: Luis, Diego, on horseback, practical cowboy clothing. Texas Longhorns, temperamental and powerful. Action: dynamic scene of experienced cowboys on horseback, point riders gently guiding the front of a vast longhorn herd forward, while drag riders prod reluctant cattle from the rear, all amidst a rising cloud of dust. Camera: slightly elevated mid-shot, showing the interaction between cowboys and cattle, emphasizing movement and coordination. Environment: open prairie, just after sunrise, the air already beginning to shimmer with rising dust. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, weathered and sun-darkened skin, bandana pulled over nose and mouth, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, protagonist's horse. Action: a determined cowboy, his bandana pulled high over his nose and mouth, rides steadily through a rising, pervasive cloud of dust, his eyes, though irritated, fixed on the moving herd in the hazy background. Camera: close up on the cowboy's face, partially covered, showing the grit and dust, with the obscured herd behind him, eye level. Environment: a dusty cattle drive trail, sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick, fine dust that coats everything. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his body, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, protagonist's horse. Action: a resilient cowboy on horseback, his sweat-soaked shirt clinging to his body, rides through the shimmering, visibly hot air of the midday prairie, the sun beating down relentlessly. Camera: mid-shot, slightly low angle, capturing the cowboy and horse against the intense midday sky, emphasizing the heat haze. Environment: midday prairie, intense sunlight, shimmering air above the sparse grass, vast and unforgiving. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, sun-darkened skin, cracked lips, calloused hand. Action: a parched cowboy, his lips cracked and dry from the relentless sun, takes a small, disciplined sip from his canteen, his calloused hand holding the metal container carefully, conserving precious water. Camera: close up on the cowboy's hand, canteen, and lower face, lips, emphasizing the scarcity and preciousness of water, eye level. Environment: hot, dry prairie, the unseen sun's intensity implied, vast and desolate. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, a mid-22-year-old male, determined expression, on the gelding, protagonist's horse, responsive and accelerating. Texas Longhorn, yearling, lean body, darting away. Action: a skilled cowboy, focused and determined, on his powerful gelding, intensely pursues a lean, darting stray longhorn yearling across the open prairie, the horse's muscles straining as it accelerates in a dynamic chase. Camera: dynamic midshot, capturing the cowboy and horse in pursuit of the longhorn, emphasizing motion and speed, slightly low angle. Environment: open prairie, with the main longhorn herd visible as a hazy mass in the background, under a bright midday sun. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, powerful shoulders, ears pricked forward. A Texas Longhorn yearling, lean, tough body. Action: you are astride your powerful gelding, swinging a lariat overhead in a fluid motion, releasing the loop towards a running Texas Longhorn yearling. The gelding braces instinctively. Camera: low angle, dynamic focus on the rope and the yearling. Environment: fine dust swirls and lazy eddies across the vast, sun-drenched open range, under a clear, endless blue sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, powerful legs, blowing hard. A Texas Longhorn yearling, lean, tough body, with a rope around its neck. Action: you are expertly guiding the roped Texas Longhorn yearling back towards the distant herd, the rope taut in your calloused hand, your gelding bracing and moving in a complex dance. Camera: eye level, sharp focus on the struggle and the synergy. Environment: the sun hangs high in the endless sky, casting long shadows on the dusty, wide-open plains where the large herd of longhorns is visible in the distance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, steady mount. A vast herd of Texas Longhorns, moving slowly. Action: you are astride your gelding, slowly riding alongside the enormous, sprawling herd of Texas Longhorns, your gaze steady and vigilant, a picture of enduring watchfulness. The endless, monotonous cycle of the drive. Camera: wide shot, soft focus on the distant horizon, emphasizing the scale. Environment: the vast, monotonous open country stretches to the horizon under a relentless midday sun, fine dust hanging heavy in the air. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action: you are riding slowly, your face reflecting introspection and weariness, a subtle longing for the simple comforts of the evening meal, beans, bacon, coffee, painted in your eyes as the sun begins its descent. Camera, medium close-up, soft focus on your expressive face and the setting sun behind you. Environment. The western horizon glows with the early hues of sunset, casting a warm light over the vast, quiet plains, a distant chuck wagon suggested by the narrative. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, steady. Texas Longhorns, sleeping forms. Action, you are a lone sentinel astride your steady gelding, silhouetted against the starry night, keeping silent vigil over the sleeping herd of Texas Longhorns, constantly alert for any disturbance. Camera, low angle, focused on the silhouette against the starry sky, with soft ambient light from distant stars. Environment, a vast, silent night, stars scattered across the sky like diamond dust on black velvet, over the dark, indistinct forms of sleeping cattle. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, trail boss, gravelly voice, serious demeanor, authoritative presence, wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Texas Longhorns, massive herd. Cowboys including you, Diego, Luis, Manuel, Tom. The gelding. Action, the trail boss, astride his horse, gestures decisively toward a small creek, his authoritative figure overseeing the massive herd of Texas Longhorns as cowboys subtly begin to turn the cattle toward the new bed grounds. Camera, elevated, capturing the scope of the herd and the trail boss's command. Environment, late afternoon sun casts long shadows over the open country, revealing a winding creek and a gentle rise of land in the distance, promising good bed grounds. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, standing near you. Action, you are dismounted, standing beside your loyal gelding, both weary but still, watching in quiet reverence as the sun finally touches the western horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples. Camera, medium shot, capturing your contemplative stance and the majestic sky. Environment, the vast, open plains at the close of an arduous day, bathed in the dramatic, fiery colors of a western sunset, the faint forms of cattle visible in the distance. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, massive herd, parched and weary. Cowboys including you, Diego, Luis, Manuel, Tom astride their horses. Action, a massive herd of Texas Longhorns, parched and weary, eagerly crowd the banks of a small creek, drinking deeply. Cowboys, including Manuel and Diego, strategically position themselves on horseback to manage the thirsty cattle. Camera, wide angle, capturing the interaction of cattle and cowboys at the water's edge. Environment, twilight descends over the bed grounds, casting a soft, dim light on the creek where the cattle gather, the sky still holding remnants of sunset colors. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged gait, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire. The gelding, loyal, standing patiently. Action, you are dismounted, moving with a noticeable bow-legged gait and a heavy groan of fatigue, your calloused hands carefully removing the saddle and bridle from your loyal gelding, checking for any sores or injuries. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on your weary but devoted actions and the gelding's patient presence. Environment, the camp at dusk, the ground feels strange and unstable, subtle hints of firelight or chuck wagon in the background, signaling the end of the day's ride. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring. Practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action: gently brushing down your steady gelding with handfuls of grass, removing sweat and dust from its coat, a quiet act of care. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the intimate interaction between the cowboy and his horse. Environment: dusk settling over a dusty camp, soft, golden hour light, hint of the chuck wagon in the background, open range. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, implicitly older and tough. Camp cook attire with an apron over clothes. Cowboys: you, Diego, Tom, tired but eager, in practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetsons. Action: Cookie serving hot food from the chuck wagon to a line of cowboys, who exchange tired nods and grunts, a scene of profound fatigue momentarily forgotten in eager anticipation. Camera: wide shot, showcasing the chuck wagon as a central hub with cowboys gathered around. Environment: twilight, warm glow from a campfire, the chuck wagon illuminated, dusty camp setting, distant longhorns. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused hands, weathered skin. Practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action: sitting gratefully on the ground, savoring each bite of beans and bacon from a tin plate. A moment of deep satisfaction and relief after arduous work. Camera: close up, focusing on the protagonist's face and hands, conveying both exhaustion and profound contentment. Environment: growing darkness in the camp, campfire light casting soft shadows, hint of other cowboys resting in the background, dusty ground. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: other cowboys e.g. Tom, Diego, wearing practical cowboy attire, including boots and hats. Action: resting on bedrolls around the camp, some with hats pulled over their faces to block the last vestiges of daylight, boots still on. A communal scene of shared fatigue and simple rest. Camera: medium shot, capturing a few cowboys in various states of repose. Environment: deep twilight, the camp gradually fading into darkness, faint glow of the dying campfire, distant silhouette of longhorns. Open, vast prairie. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, strong and enduring. Practical cowboy attire, spare shirt, canvas pants. Boots are off and placed carefully beside the bedroll, saddle used as a pillow. Action: spreading a rough wool blanket bedroll on a relatively flat piece of ground, preparing for a few precious hours of sleep. A familiar, essential ritual of cowboy life. Camera: eye-level shot, intimate, focusing on the protagonist's actions and immediate surroundings. Environment: just after sunset, the last light fading to a deep blue, cooling night air, on a flat piece of ground on the open range. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, resilient. Practical cowboy attire, rough wool blanket pulled up, saddle as a pillow. Action: lying on a bedroll, gazing up at an impossibly vast, star-filled night sky, feeling a profound sense of freedom amidst the hardships. A moment of awe and reflection. Camera: wide shot, slightly from above, emphasizing the protagonist's smallness against the immense, brilliant canopy of stars. Environment: deep night, a clear, stardusted sky with countless stars appearing close enough to touch, open frontier stretching limitlessly. Soft ambient light from the stars. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a lone cowboy, night watchman, wearing practical cowboy attire, including a hat. Action: riding slowly around the perimeter of the herd, his silhouette against the faint moonlight, singing softly and mournfully. "Oh, bury me not on the lone prairie," his voice carrying through the night air. A vital act of vigilance and calming the cattle. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the cowboy and his horse, almost a silhouette against the night sky. Environment: profound darkness of the night, faint moonlight, subtle silhouettes of the longhorn herd in the background, vast open prairie. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Luis, Mexican vaquero, dark eyes gleaming beneath the brim of his hat, face barely visible in profound darkness. You, the protagonist, just woken, disoriented, tired. Practical cowboy attire. Action: Luis's rough hand shaking your shoulder, waking you abruptly from deep sleep for your watch, his face a mere glimpse in the intense darkness. A sudden, jarring transition from rest to duty. Camera: close-up, intimate, showing the two characters' faces in the dark, emphasizing the shared responsibility. Environment: deep night, near the protagonist's bedroll, profound darkness, faint starlight. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, strong but stiff, every muscle aching. Practical cowboy attire. Action: pushing yourself up from your bedroll, body protesting stiffly from the day's riding, blinking away the heaviness of sleep, preparing for the solemn responsibility of night watch. A display of duty and resilience. Camera: eye-level shot, emphasizing the effort and the weight of responsibility as the protagonist prepares to rise. Environment: pre-dawn darkness, hints of the vast open range, the protagonist's bedroll on the ground. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Luis, Mexican vaquero, weathered face, dark eyes, gentle amusement beneath his sombrero. You, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, rough wool blanket wrapped around shoulders, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action: Luis hands you a tin cup of steaming coffee. Your breath forms a small cloud in the cold air. Camera: close up on the hands exchanging the cup, focusing on the rough textures and the steam. Environment: pre-dawn cold, dimly lit by the low-burning campfire with glowing embers, distant silhouettes of sleeping cattle, vast open country. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, weathered and sun-darkened skin, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a worn wool coat over canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action: you hold a steaming tin cup of coffee between your palms, your visible breath forming small clouds in the biting chill of the night. You are looking down at the low-burning fire, which is mostly glowing embers with occasional licking flames. Camera: medium shot, slightly from above, emphasizing the warmth of the cup and the chill in the air. Environment: dying campfire in the foreground, vast, dark, cold prairies stretching into the background under a dim, starry sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, older, gruff, camp cook attire with an apron over clothes. Action: Cookie sleeps soundly, curled up in his bedroll, his form a silent hump near the low-burning campfire. Camera: eye-level shot, slightly soft focus, emphasizing the peaceful, undisturbed sleep. Environment: low-burning campfire with glowing embers and a faint haze of smoke, the dark, still night surrounding the camp, a chuck wagon in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a wool coat. The gelding, protagonist's horse, steady mount, powerful shoulders, ears pricked forward. Action. You gently run your hand along the gelding's neck, a moment of connection before saddling. The horse stands patiently. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the interaction between your hand and the horse's neck, the texture of the horse's coat and your worn coat. Environment, dark, cold night, horses picketed in the background, faint light from the moon or distant fire. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, male, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing canvas pants and tough leather boots. The gelding, protagonist's horse. Action, you bend down, intently checking the cinch of the saddle, ensuring it is secure, the leather creaking softly in the night's stillness. Camera, low-angle close-up, focusing on your hands, the saddle, and the horse's belly/legs, highlighting the critical detail of the cinch. Environment, dark, still night, a faint moonlight casting soft shadows, prairie ground beneath. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, male, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a wool coat, standing beside your gelding. Action, you pause, orienting yourself, looking up at the perfectly clear and exquisitely cold night sky, stars scattered like diamond dust on black velvet, a three-quarter moon providing ambient light. Camera, wide shot, slightly from behind you and your horse, capturing the vastness of the sky and the landscape. Environment, vast, open prairie, a distant, dark, indistinct mass of sleeping Texas longhorns, long, dancing shadows cast by the moonlight. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a wool coat. The gelding, your horse. Action, you ride slowly around the herd, gently humming a familiar, melancholic tune, your silhouette outlined against the soft ambient moonlight. The horse's hooves softly shuffle through the prairie grass. Camera, medium wide shot, capturing you and your horse from the side, moving through the scene. Environment, moonlit prairie, a vast, dark mass of sleeping Texas longhorns in the background, subtle long shadows, distant call of a nighthawk. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, male, wearing a weathered Stetson hat. Jose, fellow night rider, cowboy attire, riding his horse. Action. Jose tips his hat in a silent greeting as your paths briefly cross during night watch, a moment of unspoken understanding. Camera, medium shot, capturing both riders in profile, focused on their subtle interaction and the quiet atmosphere. Environment, dimly moonlit prairie, the dark mass of the cattle herd forming a soft background, the vast, silent night. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a wool coat. The gelding, your horse. Action, you ride slowly, head slightly bowed, deep in thought, reflecting on the profound freedom and harsh reality of cowboy life, your silhouette a stoic figure against the vast, empty landscape. Camera, medium wide shot from slightly behind and to the side, capturing the reflective mood through body language and the expansive environment. Environment, endless, silent prairie under a three-quarter moon, subtle light on the horizon, distant, indistinct cattle herd. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring. Action, lying on a rudimentary bedroll, pushing yourself into a sitting position, back aching, coarse wool blanket chafing, eyes slowly opening to the dawn. Camera, medium shot, slightly low angle. Environment, crisp, cool morning air, first tender, pale light of dawn painting the distant horizon, hard-packed earth, shadowy figures of other cowboys beginning to stir around. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Action, a close-up on your hands showing the roadmap of calluses and deep cracks, scarred by rope burns and elements, with a subtle hint of your bow legs in the background as you sit. Camera, close-up on hands, shallow depth of field. Environment muted, pale light of early morning, hard-packed earth visible under hands, vague outline of a bedroll. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, massive herd, some with enormous horns spreading 6 feet or more, lean, tough bodies, half-wild descendants of Spanish cattle. Action, a vast herd of 2,000 Texas Longhorns being systematically driven northward, stirring up fine dust. Camera, wide shot, slightly elevated perspective. Environment, boundless, open plains under an endless, watchful sky painted with the first blush of sunrise, dust motes dancing in lazy eddies. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, older and tough, wearing typical camp cook attire. Action, in a whirlwind of activity at the chuck wagon, diligently stoking a fire, setting about the important business of breakfast, steam rising from an enormous metal pot of furiously boiling coffee. Camera, medium shot, eye level. Environment, early morning chill, invigorating smell of coffee brewing, a chuck wagon as the focal point, other shadowy figures of cowboys stirring in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, trail boss, serious demeanor, authoritative presence, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Action, standing firm, shouting commands with a gravelly rasp, rousing the camp for the day's drive, one hand on his hip. Camera, medium shot, slightly from below to emphasize authority. Environment, camp at dawn, soft light illuminating his figure, other cowboys in various stages of waking and preparing in the background, chuck wagon visible. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, hair noted for grit and oil from lack of washing, wearing a bandana. Action, running fingers through hair, an inventory of accumulated grit and oil, while a bandana hangs haphazardly around your neck, ready to be pulled up for dust defense. Camera, close up on hands and head/neck area. Environment, early morning light, a sense of personal space amidst a stirring camp, hints of a bedroll or ground. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, the gelding, protagonist horse, steady mount, powerful shoulders, loyal and well cared for, with saddle and bridle. Action, standing patiently, perhaps munching on sparse grass, waiting for its rider, silhouette against the rising sun. Camera, medium shot, slightly distant. Environment, open plains, early morning light, the first light of sunrise casting long shadows, hint of a picket line. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, fellow cowboys, shadowy figures, reluctantly rousing themselves, wearing practical and durable cowboy attire. Action, multiple cowboys in various stages of waking, stretching, and beginning to pack their meager belongings, creating a chorus of groans. Camera, wide shot of the camp. Environment, camp at dawn, first tender, pale light of day, hard-packed earth, silhouettes against the horizon, distant chuck wagon. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, No specific human characters present, but the implied presence of animal and human life. Action: dust motes dancing across boundless plains, alone, battered Stetson hat resting on the ground. Camera: establishing wide shot. Environment: raw, untamed American West of the 1870s, boundless, open plains under endless, watchful skies, first light of sunrise, sense of vastness and solitude. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, strong and enduring. Outfit: weathered Stetson hat. Action: your iconic, weathered Stetson hat, remarkably holding its shape despite scorching sun and drenching rain, sits patiently beside your bedroll, preserving the skin on your face. Camera: low angle, close focus on the hat and bedroll, suggesting personal gear. Environment: early morning light just beginning to diffuse across a sprawling camp, faint sounds of stirring cowboys. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: 15 other cowboys, diverse group, former slaves, Mexican vaqueros, European immigrants, territorial born, all tough and resilient. Outfit: worn boots, practical cowboy attire. Action: cowboys are engaged in the morning ritual, some folding bedrolls, others yanking on worn boots, making their way towards the magnetic pull of the coffee pot. Camera: wide shot, soft focus on individual actions, general atmosphere of awakening. Environment: sprawling camp, early morning light, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies, scent of sagebrush. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Outfit: tough leather boot with narrow toes and elevated heels, molded to your feet. Action: you vigorously shake your tough leather boot upside down, a practiced habit born of harsh necessity, to dislodge scorpions or spiders. Camera: close up, focus on hands and boot, emphasizing the worn texture and practical design. Environment: dim light near your bedroll, ground still cool. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, older and tough. Outfit: camp cook attire, likely an apron over clothes. Action: cookie bellows. Breakfast in 5! His booming voice carrying with surprising clarity across the breadth of the awakening camp, warning cowboys to get their hot food before it's gone. Camera: mid-shot, focusing on Cookie near the chuck wagon, with other cowboys in the background reacting. Environment: awakening camp, early morning, the chuck wagon as a central point, scent of wood smoke and brewing coffee. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged. Outfit: practical cowboy attire, bedroll tucked under arm. Action: you efficiently tuck your bedroll under your arm and begin your steady advance toward the formidable chuck wagon, seamlessly joining the already forming line of hungry men. Camera: eye level, following your perspective, showing the line of men and the impressive chuck wagon ahead. Environment: sprawling camp, early morning, dust underfoot, the chuck wagon stands impressively. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: cookie, pragmatic, dedicated. Outfit: typical camp cook attire. Action: a heavily modified army wagon, its substantial, robust box firmly attached to its rear, meticulously packed with a dizzying array of food supplies, essential cooking equipment, and rudimentary medical provisions. Cookie tends to the wagon. Camera: focus on the chuck wagon, emphasizing its robust, ingenious design and its central role in the camp. Environment: center of the camp, surrounded by stirring cowboys, early morning light, cooking smells wafting. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, gruff. You, male, mid 22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Outfit: typical cowboy attire. Action: Cookie, with an almost ritualistic motion, slaps a sturdy metal plate into your waiting calloused hands, immediately piling it high with a generous serving of beans and bacon. Camera: close up on the hands exchanging the plate, showing the interaction, the simple, hot food. Environment: near the chuck wagon, amidst a line of hungry men, early morning light. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid 22 years old, reflective. Outfit: practical cowboy attire. Action: you clutch your loaded metal plate and tin cup of coffee, seeking out a spot to settle, the ground still wonderfully cool and firm beneath you, as you quickly devour your monotonous but deeply appreciated meal. Camera: mid-shot, focus on the protagonist, showing the simple act of eating, internal reflection evident in posture. Environment: quiet spot slightly away from the main hubbub, ground cool, eastern sky just beginning to lighten. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: implied protagonist's perspective. Action: the eastern sky slowly lightens, promising a new day. The horizon is utterly clear, not a single cloud mars the pristine expanse, but the intensifying stillness in the air suggests another scorcher. Camera: wide landscape shot, focusing on the sunrise and the vast, clear sky. Environment: eastern horizon, open range, early dawn colors in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the protagonist, male, mid 22 years old, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire. Action: experiencing visceral dread, eyes widened in a haunting reflection. Camera: close up on the face, showing internal turmoil. Environment: morning camp with a cool, crisp atmosphere, subtle hints of activity in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Diego, dark eyes gleaming with quiet amusement beneath the broad, protective brim of his sombrero, practical vaquero attire. Action: offering a gentle, teasing smile. Camera: medium shot, focusing on his expressive eyes and sombrero. Environment: morning camp bathed in the soft glow of dawn. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the protagonist, male, mid 22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, practical cowboy attire. Action: quickly gulping down scalding coffee, the warmth radiating from within. Camera: close up on the hands holding the coffee cup, and the mouth. Environment: early morning camp, cool air, steam rising from the coffee. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, camp cook attire with an apron. Action: accepting an empty plate with a curt grunt, a gruff politeness. Camera: medium shot, focusing on his hands and expression. Environment: near the chuck wagon, morning light illuminating utilitarian camp gear. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the protagonist, male, mid 22 years old, calloused hands, canvas pants, practical cowboy attire. Action: swiftly rolling a bedroll tight and securing it with practiced movements, indicating personal significance of contents. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the hands and the bedroll. Environment: morning camp, minimal possessions visible around the saddle. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the protagonist, male, mid 22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire. The gelding, powerful shoulders, steady stance, saddle in place. Action. Meticulously checking his horse's legs and hooves for injury, a moment of careful human-animal connection. Camera, medium shot, from behind the protagonist, focusing on his hands on the horse's leg. Environment, morning camp, soft light catching dust motes. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, massive herd, some with horns spreading 6 feet or more, lean, tough bodies. Action, a terrifying stampede initiated by a sudden lightning flash, chaos and raw power. Camera, wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the dramatic lightning. Environment, vast, open prairie under a stormy, dark sky with intense lightning. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, trail boss, authoritative presence, wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Other cowboys, hastily finalizing preparations, practical cowboy attire. Action, a flurry of focused activity as cowboys mount their horses in response to a sharp command. Camera, high-angle shot, capturing the swift, organized chaos of the camp. Environment, morning camp, cool air, rising dust from activity. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, weathered, practical cowboy attire. The gelding, steady mount, familiar saddle and bridle. Action, effortlessly hoisting onto his horse, settling into the saddle with a comforting creak, body and saddle as one. Camera, medium shot, focusing on the protagonist mounting and the integration with his horse. Environment, morning camp, cool air, subtle light, hinting at the journey ahead. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, wool coat, tough leather boots. Action, riding flank, eyes scanning immense herd of Texas Longhorns, working to keep them bunched, at dawn. Camera, low angle, looking up slightly at the rider and the vast herd, sharp focus on the rider's determined expression. Environment, dawn light breaking over a vast prairie, some longhorns still lying prone, others grazing, enormous horns glistening with dew. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, some with enormous horns spanning 6 feet or more, lean, tough bodies, half-wild descendants of Spanish cattle. Action, massive, undulating sea of longhorns, some stubbornly lying prone, countless others on their feet, diligently grazing, horns catching the delicate early sun. Camera, close up on the powerful horns and faces of several longhorns, dynamic composition showing their size and untamed nature. Environment, early morning prairie, dew-kissed sparse grass, soft early sun. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, weathered and sun-darkened skin, bandana pulled over nose and mouth, tough leather boots, canvas pants. Action, riding your gelding amidst a dense, familiar cloud of omnipresent dust rising from the lumbering herd, pulling your bandana up over nose and mouth. Camera, medium shot, slightly behind the rider, emphasizing the dust cloud engulfing the scene, soft focus on the distant longhorn herd. Environment, warming air, endless prairie, immense longhorn herd in background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, calloused and deeply cracked hands on reins, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants. Your gelding, steady mount, ears pricked forward, extension of your will. Action, demonstrating intuitive wisdom, subtle body language, reading the movements of nearby longhorns, knowing when to exert pressure and when to hold back. Camera, eye-level shot, focusing on the rider's calm, observant face and the horse's attentiveness, with longhorns in periphery. Environment, open prairie, moving herd in background, morning light. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, weathered and sun-darkened skin, sweat soaking through shirt, cracked lips, bloodshot and irritated eyes, Stetson hat. Action, riding in brutal midday sun, taking a tiny, measured sip from your canteen, fighting unquenchable thirst, air shimmering and distorting visibly above the endless prairie grass. Camera, high angle, looking down slightly at the rider, emphasizing the vast, shimmering prairie and the oppressive heat. Environment, azure sky, relentless midday sun, endless prairie grass, shimmering and distorting air. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, sharp, focused eyes, determined expression, riding your gelding. Your gelding, intelligent, responsive. Action, spotting a troublesome stray yearling breaking away from the main herd, darting through a gap, with a subtle shift of weight and precise leg pressure. Camera, over-the-shoulder shot from behind the rider, looking towards the stray yearling darting through a gap in the herd, showing the rider's immediate, instinctive reaction. Environment, moving longhorn herd, small gap in line, open prairie, midday sun. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, mid-22, determined expression, leaning slightly in the saddle. Your gelding, powerful shoulders and legs, effortlessly changing direction and accelerating. A lean Texas Longhorn yearling, darting away. Action, your gelding accelerating with powerful strides, chasing after the stray Longhorn yearling breaking away from the main herd, in a moment of intense focus. Camera, dynamic action shot, low angle following the horse and rider from the side as they pursue the yearling, motion blur on background. Environment, open prairie, main longhorn herd in blurred background, dust rising. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, skilled point riders, practical cowboy attire, wide-brimmed hats. Action, making their measured advance toward the designated bed round, strategically circling the very front of the immense longhorn herd in the increasing light of dawn. Camera, long shot, showing the point riders far ahead, almost silhouetted against the rising sun, their purposeful movement leading the herd. Environment, vast expanse of prairie stretching to the horizon, designated bed round in the distance, steadily increasing light of dawn. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, persistent drag riders, practical cowboy attire. Action, gently prodding and encouraging those stubbornly reluctant longhorns who still prefer to remain bedded down, urging them to join the slow, lumbering advance of the herd. Camera, medium shot, focusing on the drag riders from behind, interacting with a few stubborn longhorns, showing subtle prodding with their horses' movement. Environment, rear of the immense herd, some cattle still lying prone, others slowly rising, warming air of dawn. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, a mid-22-year-old bow-legged cowboy with weathered skin and calloused hands, wearing practical, durable cowboy attire, astride your steady gelding with powerful shoulders. A young, lean Texas Longhorn yearling with small horns. Action, the cowboy expertly swings a coiled lariat overhead, his gaze fixed on the yearling, as the horse braces, ready to turn the animal. Camera, low-angle shot, focused on the dynamic action of the rope, the horse's powerful legs, and the focused cowboy. Environment, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies across the vast, open range under a relentless, bright afternoon sun. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, a determined cowboy with sun-darkened skin, wearing a weathered Stetson and tough leather boots, astride your loyal gelding. The gelding is straining, powerful legs braced, ears pricked forward. A Texas Longhorn yearling is at the end of a taut rope. Action. The cowboy pulls the rope taut, his horse expertly bracing its weight, as they begin to turn the wayward yearling back towards the distant, hazy herd. Camera. Dynamic eye-level shot, emphasizing the tension in the rope and the physical effort of both horse and rider. Environment. A wide expanse of sun-baked prairie, the scent of sagebrush and distant dust, under a vast, cloudless sky. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, a resilient cowboy with aching arms and calloused hands, astride your enduring gelding, deftly coiling your rope. In the background, part of the massive Texas Longhorn herd. Action. The cowboy, returning to his flank position after a strenuous chase, meticulously coils his lariat and secures it to his saddle, his face reflecting a deep-seated satisfaction mixed with weariness. Camera. Over-the-shoulder shot from behind the cowboy, looking towards the settling herd, emphasizing the personal act of coiling the rope. Environment. Golden afternoon light casts long shadows across the undulating prairie, the air thick with the murmur of cattle and the pervasive smell of dust. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. Diego, a fellow cowboy with dark eyes and a sombrero, astride a powerful horse, spurred into a frantic race. A lean Texas Longhorn stray, running. Action. Diego, a blur of motion, leans forward in the saddle, relentlessly pursuing a determined Longhorn stray making a break for freedom on the far, distant side of the sprawling herd. Camera. Wide shot, capturing the vastness of the range and the small, intense figures of the cowboy and stray. Environment. The distant edge of the massive cattle herd, fine dust rising, under the long, stretching light of a late afternoon sun. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. Trail boss, an authoritative man with a serious demeanor and a wide-brimmed Stetson, astride his horse. The massive herd of Texas Longhorns moves in the background. Action. The trail boss, his gaze firm and unyielding, maintains a deliberate, steady pace at the front of the enormous Longhorn herd, silently assessing the terrain and the progress. Camera. Medium shot, focusing on the trail boss's resolute profile, with the vast, moving mass of cattle behind him. Environment. Expansive, open country stretching to the horizon, bathed in the softening light of the late afternoon, suggesting endless miles. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, a contemplative cowboy, implicit, not directly shown but his internal thoughts are externalized through the scene. A rustic tin plate filled with beans and bacon, a metal mug of robust coffee. Action. A scene evoking the protagonist's anticipation of a simple, hard-won meal of beans and bacon, with a mug of coffee as the sun sets. Camera. Close-up, focusing on the rough textures of the food and the steam rising from the coffee, implying warmth and comfort. Environment. The sun, a brilliant orange orb, slowly descends toward the western horizon, casting warm, long shadows over a makeshift campsite. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, represented by a well-used, rough-wool blanket bedroll, neatly rolled, near a sleeping cowboy's gear. Action. A solitary bedroll, the rough-wool blanket visible, lies on the ground, representing the fleeting hours of blessed rest before the arduous night watch inevitably begins. Camera. Low-angle ground shot, focused on the bedroll, hinting at the weariness and the temporary nature of sleep on the trail. Environment. Twilight hues fading into deep blues, under a sky where the first stars begin to scatter, the distant, gentle lowing of the herd just audible. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. the trail boss, subtle and authoritative. You and other cowboys Manuel, Tom, Diego, Luis in the distance. The massive herd of Texas Longhorns. Action. The trail boss subtly signals, guiding the massive herd of 2,000 Texas Longhorns towards a meandering small creek. Cowboys on horseback spread out to assist. Camera. High-angle wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the landscape, with the creek winding through. Environment. Golden hour light bathes the rolling hills and prairie, a sparkling creek visible ahead, promising water. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. Texas Longhorns, 2,000 head, some with enormous horns, peacefully grazing. Action. A vast herd of 2,000 Texas Longhorns, their lean, tough bodies silhouetted, spread out across lush grass near a meandering creek, settling into ideal bed grounds for the night. Camera. Panoramic wide shot, capturing the peaceful scene of the settling herd, the water, and the expanse of grass. Environment. A serene landscape at dusk, the sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, reflected gently in the winding creek, the scent of wet earth and grass. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, Stetson hat. Action. Observing the vast herd of Texas Longhorns surging towards the vital creek at dusk. Camera. Wide shot, capturing the expansive scene. Environment. Fiery sunset painting the western sky in brilliant oranges and deep reds, a vital creek on one side, a gentle rise of land on the other, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged gait, weathered and sun-darkened skin, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action. Dismounting a horse with a deep groan, legs stiff and excruciatingly sore after a long day in the saddle. Camera. Medium shot, focusing on the protagonist's weary expression and bow-legged stance. Environment. Solid ground beneath feet, fading daylight, end of an arduous day's ride. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, the protagonist, calloused and deeply cracked hands, canvas pants, wool coat, bandana around neck. The gelding, steady mount, powerful shoulders, blowing hard. Action. Lovingly brushing accumulated sweat and fine dust from the loyal horse's coat with handfuls of sweet, fresh grass. Camera. Close up on the protagonist's hands and the horse's flank, emphasizing the connection and care. Environment. Cool evening air, quiet moment of duty and gratitude. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, practical camp cook attire including an apron. Cowboys, weary, practical cowboy attire, Stetsons. Action. Cookie tirelessly working his culinary magic over an open fire at the chuck wagon, while a line of patient, fatigued cowboys forms, drawn by the scent of hot food. Camera. Medium shot, focusing on Cookie's activity and the anticipation of the cowboys. Environment. Chuck wagon fully set up, comforting smell of hot food wafting through the cool evening air, fading light. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character. You, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat, fellow companions, weary, practical cowboy attire. Action. Sitting on the cool, firm ground with a loaded plate of simple beans and bacon, savoring each bite, exchanging weary, knowing nods with other exhausted cowboys. Camera. Eye-level shot, focusing on the protagonist's appreciative face and the meal, with other cowboys dimly visible. Environment. Cool, firm ground, waning daylight, other cowboys eating around him. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: cowboys, practical cowboy attire, boots, hats pulled low over faces. Action: sprawled back on their bedrolls, boots still on, hats strategically pulled low to block the last lingering rays of daylight, finding momentary rest. Camera: high angle, looking down on several cowboys in various states of repose. Environment: cool evening air, lingering rays of daylight giving way to dusk, flat patch of ground, quiet atmosphere. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Luis, fellow cowboy, Mexican vaquero, on horseback. Diego, fellow cowboy, Mexican vaquero, on horseback. Texas Longhorns, massive herd. Action: moving with deliberate slowness around the expansive perimeter of the herd as night watch, softly singing to the vast sea of cattle under a darkening sky. Camera: low angle, silhouetting the riders and the distant cattle against the deepening twilight. Environment: cloak of darkness descending completely, vast sea of cattle, lonely prairie. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, dusty canvas pants, wool coat. Action: carefully spreading a bedroll upon a relatively flat patch of ground, removing worn boots and placing them meticulously beside him for quick retrieval. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the protagonist's hands and the simplicity of preparing his sleeping spot. Environment: relatively flat patch of ground, transitioning from fading light to complete darkness, dusty clothes, cool evening air. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Texas Longhorns, massive herd, 2,000 head, enormous horns spreading 6 feet or more, lean, tough bodies. Action: surging forward eagerly, their instincts driving them straight for the life-giving water of the vital creek at sunset. Camera: wide shot, capturing the sheer scale of the herd and the dramatic, colorful sky. Environment: western horizon, sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, vital creek, dust rising from the cattle's movement. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring, practical and durable cowboy attire, rough wool blanket pulled up to chin, weathered Stetson hat. Action: lying on the ground, using a sturdy saddle as a makeshift pillow, gazing upwards at a magnificent spectacle of countless stars bursting forth in the rapidly darkening sky. Camera: eye-level shot, wide focus, capturing the vastness above. Environment: cold, clear night under an infinite canopy of brilliant stars, distant silhouettes of contented cattle and restless horses, immense open frontier. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring, practical and durable cowboy attire, rough wool blanket, weathered Stetson hat. Action: eyelids heavy, slowly drifting into sleep, reflecting on the relentless hardships of a cowboy's arduous life, finding a poignant sense of freedom despite the aches and dangers. Camera: soft focus close-up on the face, emphasizing weariness, background slightly blurred with starlight. Environment: tranquil night, cool air, under a sky filled with stars, hint of the sprawling open range. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: unseen cowboy, a distant figure. Action: a lone figure, silhouetted against the horizon, singing a melancholic, plaintive song into the vast, still night air, a tender lullaby carrying across the prairie. Camera: long shot, high angle, emphasizing the immense expanse of the prairie and the solitude of the singer. Environment: vast, still, dark night, with a faint glow of distant stars, open prairie stretching to the horizon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, being abruptly woken from sleep. Luis, Mexican vaquero, dark eyes, shadowy face under a wide-brimmed hat, practical cowboy clothing. Action: Luis's rough, insistent hand firmly shaking your shoulder, pulling you from the depths of hard-won sleep, his face barely a shadow. Camera: medium shot, slightly low angle from your perspective, focusing on Luis's shadowy form and the implied contact. Environment: pervasive darkness of pre-dawn, cool night air, in a sleeping camp, faint distant light. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Luis, Mexican vaquero, shadowy face, only the faint, observant gleam of his dark eyes visible beneath the brim of his wide-brimmed hat, practical cowboy clothing. Action: standing vigilant in the pervasive darkness, a quiet and responsible presence during the night watch. Camera: close up on Luis's face, emphasizing the deep shadow and the gleaming eyes, creating a sense of mystery and watchfulness. Environment: deep, cold darkness of night, with subtle hints of the camp surroundings. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Luis, Mexican vaquero, shadowy figure. You, mid-22 years old, male, still thick with sleep, practical cowboy attire. Action: Luis extending a tin cup of hot coffee towards you, its steam rising in the frigid air, you reaching out to receive it. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on the hands and the tin cup, with Luis's shadowy arm and your still groggy face blurred in the background. Environment: frigid cold night, faint glow from distant dying embers, steam rising from the hot coffee. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring, pulling on tough leather boots, reaching for a trusty, worn wool coat. Action: getting dressed for night watch, breath condensing into small clouds in the frigid air, the ritual of preparing for duty in the intense cold. Camera: low angle, full body shot, focusing on the act of dressing, with breath visible. Environment: frigid, dark pre-dawn night, cold air, sparse camp setting. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, male, wearing a trusty, worn wool coat. Action: pulling the familiar, comforting wool coat tighter around himself, feeling profound gratitude for its familiar weight and warmth against the pervasive, biting chill. Camera: medium close-up on your torso and hands as you adjust the coat, capturing the rough texture of the wool. Environment: biting, frigid night air, dark camp environment, implying extreme coldness. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, implicitly older and tough, sleeping soundly in his bedroll, camp cook attire. Action: sleeping peacefully, curled in his bedroll nearby, beside a dying campfire that is now merely a bed of glowing embers with occasional, tenacious flames. Camera: low angle, wide shot, focusing on the glowing embers of the campfire, with Cookie's sleeping form in the background. Environment: dark, cold pre-dawn camp, glowing embers with occasional playful flames, silent sleeping forms. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, bow-legged. Outfit: canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. Action: cupping a thick, intensely bitter cup of coffee, palms warmed by the potent brew, steam gently rising. Camera: close-up, focusing on hands and the cup, steam rising. Environment, chilled pre-dawn air, faint glow of dying embers, deep night stillness. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, resolute expression. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, loyal, powerful shoulders, ears pricked forward. Action, murmuring softly to your gelding, hands soothingly along his sturdy neck, the horse lifting his head in clear recognition. Camera, medium shot, eye level with the horse's head, focusing on the connection between rider and horse. Environment, securely picketed horses, profound night stillness, ethereal light from a 3/4 moon. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands focused. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, patient, steady mount. Action, meticulously checking the cinch of the saddle twice, worn leather creaking softly, ensuring vital precaution against disaster. Camera, close up on the hands and saddle cinch, showing detail and careful action. Environment, profound night stillness, subtle moonlight, secure picket line. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, standing beside your gelding, surveying the vastness. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. The gelding, patient, loyal. Action, surveying the remarkably clear and intensely cold night, countless stars scattered across the inky sky like shimmering diamond dust on black velvet. Camera, wide shot, slightly elevated, capturing the vast sky and the small figures of cowboy and horse against it. Environment, inky sky with countless stars, benevolent 3/4 moon casting long, spectral shadows across a featureless landscape. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, massive herd, 2,000 head, lean, tough bodies, many lying down. Action, forming a sprawling, dark mass on the prairie, their collective breathing creating a rhythmic chorus of soft snorts and contented sighs. Camera, medium-wide shot, slightly low angle, emphasizing the sheer scale of the resting cattle. Environment, vast, featureless landscape under a 3/4 moon, long spectral shadows. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, on your gelding. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. Other unnamed cowboys on horseback, spread out. Texas Longhorns, a dark mass. Action, gently nudging your gelding forward, seamlessly joining the silent procession of 4 other cowboys diligently circling the perimeter of the resting cattle herd. Camera, medium-wide shot, tracking shot from behind or slightly to the side, showing the movement and spacing. Environment, vast prairie, under a clear, cold night sky with a 3/4 moon, long spectral shadows. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, on your gelding, lips slightly parted as if humming. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. Texas Longhorns, nearby, settled. Action, riding slowly and methodically around the perimeter of the herd, gently humming a familiar, melancholic tune, subtly announcing presence to the cattle. Camera, medium shot, focusing on the cowboy and horse, with cattle visible in the background. Environment, quiet prairie night, 3/4 moon, subtle rhythmic shuffling of hooves through dry grass. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, on your gelding. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. Jose, dark eyes, sombrero on his horse. Action. Riding alongside Jose, exchanging a silent, shared greeting, Jose tipping his hat, an unspoken understanding of quiet reflection. Camera, medium shot, eye level, showing both cowboys in profile or slight turn towards each other. Environment, profound stillness of the night air, vast herd of cattle nearby, ethereal moonlight. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, introspective expression, on your gelding, riding. Outfit, canvas pants, wool coat, weathered Stetson hat. Subtle overlay, you, the protagonist, 17 years old, naive farm boy, innocent face. Outfit, simple farm clothes. Action, riding on night watch, mind wandering freely, a faint, transparent image of his younger self from the gentle hills of Missouri, filled with wide-eyed dreams. Camera, medium shot of the current protagonist, with a faint, transparent overlay of his younger self looking towards a distant horizon. Environment, clear night sky, spectral shadows from the moon, vast prairie. Gentle rolling hills in the background of the overlaid image. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a weathered cowboy on horseback, dressed in practical range attire with a Stetson. Action, silently contemplating the vastness of the land, a subtle yet profound connection to the open range evident in your thoughtful gaze. Camera, medium shot, slight low angle, focused on the cowboy's pensive expression. Environment, deep twilight over an endless plain, the silhouette of a sleeping cattle herd in the distant background, under a sky with fading stars. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a bow-legged cowboy with sun-darkened skin, in a weathered Stetson, astride your loyal gelding. Action, hand subtly moving towards a holstered revolver at your hip, eyes narrowed as you spot a distant, dark coyote silhouette. Camera, over-the-shoulder shot from behind the cowboy, focusing on his hand and the distant form against the dark landscape. Environment, deep shadows at the edge of a sleeping longhorn herd under a moonlit, star-scattered sky. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a resilient cowboy, dressed in tough leatherwork gloves and a wool coat, back slightly hunched. Action, flexing stiff fingers against the cold, a faint grimace of discomfort on your sun-darkened face. Camera, close up on the cowboy's gloved hands and lower face, showing the strain and callous texture. Environment, cold, dark night, with the faint outlines of sleeping longhorn cattle barely visible in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a vigilant cowboy on your steady gelding, wearing a practical bandana pulled low over your nose. Action, eyes scanning the vast, dark expanse, fighting the urge to close them, as stars slowly arc overhead. Camera, wide shot centered on the cowboy on his horse, small against the immense night sky, conveying isolation. Environment, star-scattered sky like diamond dust on black velvet, with the indistinct forms of sleeping longhorns on a rolling plain. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a focused cowboy, hat brim low, ears strained, a determined expression on your face. Action, leaning slightly forward in the saddle, straining to hear a distant, faint snort of a horse from the surrounding darkness. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the cowboy's intense gaze and listening posture. Environment, enveloping darkness, with the barely visible silhouettes of the sleeping herd behind you, accentuating the silence. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a watchful cowboy on horseback, and Jose, another cowboy on his horse, both in practical cowboy attire with hats. Action: exchanging a subtle, silent signal across the dark expanse of the sleeping herd, their postures alert and synchronized. Camera: medium shot, showing both cowboys in a slight two-shot, their figures somewhat distant. Environment: dark night, a massive sleeping longhorn herd stretching between them, the only light from distant stars. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, a determined cowboy on your gelding, dressed in tough canvas pants and a worn wool coat. Action: right hand resting lightly, but firmly, on the revolver at your hip, poised for action yet maintaining a calm demeanor. Camera: close up on the cowboy's hand and hip, with a subtle focus pulled to the surrounding darkness. Environment: deep shadows of the night, hint of a longhorn silhouette in the extreme background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, a weary cowboy, eyes burning with fatigue, hat pulled low, skin weathered. Action: forcing your eyes open, jaw clenched, fighting the desperate need for sleep while maintaining a vigilant focus on the surroundings. Camera: extreme close-up on the cowboy's eyes and upper face, showing the struggle and the grit in your gaze. Environment: pre-dawn darkness, hints of extreme cold in the breath, outlines of the herd barely visible. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, a resilient cowboy, still in the saddle, body aching but your face showing a subtle wash of relief. Action: gazing towards the eastern horizon as the first pale gray light of dawn begins to break, marking the end of your watch. Camera: medium shot, looking over the cowboy's shoulder towards the horizon, framing him against the emerging light. Environment: eastern sky beginning to lighten with pale gray, soft purples, and faint oranges, stars fading, the vast sleeping longhorn herd below. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: Texas longhorns, lean, tough bodies, enormous horns, some spreading 6 feet or more. Action: some standing, beginning to graze, while others remain recumbent on the vast plains, reluctant to stir with the approaching daylight. Camera: low angle, wide shot. Environment: pre-dawn light painting the open range in deep blues and grays, cold morning air, a sense of stillness before the day's toil. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: trail boss, weathered face, grave demeanor, authoritative, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Cookie, gruff, gnarled hands, apron over practical attire. Action: the trail boss emerging stiffly from his bedroll, looking first to the stirring herd, then skyward to gauge the day, signaling with a curt nod to Cookie, who vigorously rekindles the dying embers of the campfire. Camera: eye level, medium shot. Environment: camp at early dawn, visible breath in the cold air, a faint glow from the rekindled fire, tents and bedrolls scattered. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, sun-darkened skin, bow-legged, wearing a weathered Stetson, tough leather boots, and canvas pants. The gelding, your steady mount, blowing softly. Diego, fellow vaquero, dark eyes, face creased with sleep, beneath a sombrero. Action: you, bone-tired, finishing your final circuit as Diego rides up to relieve you, a brief, silent exchange of understanding passing between you beneath the dim pre-dawn sky, your horse standing patiently. Camera: over the shoulder from behind Diego, focusing on your weary face. Environment: the vast, open range just before sunrise, a faint chill in the air, the distant outline of the cattle herd. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, weary but resolute, calloused and deeply cracked hands, practical cowboy attire. Cookie, weathered face impassive, stirring a pot over the fire. Action. You dismount near the chuck wagon, your empty stomach growling at the inviting scent of coffee and frying bacon, while Cookie glances up from his work, his expression unchanging, a grunted invitation to grab some grub. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on your hands dismounting in Cookie's face. Environment, camp at dawn, chuck wagon as a focal point, smoke curling from the campfire, golden light beginning to touch the scene. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, weathering the cold with a wool coat, holding a mug of coffee and a plate of bacon, beans, and biscuits. Other cowboys, moving stiffly in the background. Action, you stand by the warmth of the roaring campfire, quickly consuming your breakfast, watching as the camp swiftly transforms from a collection of sleeping figures into an efficient, working outfit, the coffee offering a welcome, if temporary, revival. Camera, eye-level medium shot, slight blur on background figures. Environment, camp at first light, campfire bright, shadows stretching long, the hum of men preparing for the day. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Texas Longhorns, a massive herd of 2,000 head, lean and tough, with enormous horns. You, riding the gelding, bandana pulled over nose and mouth. Action, as the sun breaks over the horizon, casting golden light across the landscape, the cattle begin to move, urged forward by unseen drag riders. An immediate dust rises, thick and fine, infiltrating everything, swirling around you. Camera, low angle, wide shot, emphasizing the dust and the sheer scale of the herd. Environment, open range at sunrise, bathed in brilliant oranges and fiery reds, the air thick with golden dust, the vastness stretching to the horizon. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, sun-darkened skin, riding the gelding. The gelding, powerful shoulders and legs, ears pricked. Action, you guide your horse with almost unconscious, subtle shifts of weight and pressure from your legs, your body moving automatically in a rhythm developed over years in the saddle, while your mind struggles against the profound fatigue of a sleepless night. Camera, medium shot from the side, capturing both rider and horse in action. Environment, endless grassland under a climbing sun, fine dust in the air, the monotonous stretch of the trail. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, empty, focusing on the landscape. Action, vast, seemingly endless grassland rolls toward the horizon, punctuated by the occasional shallow ravine or small, scrubby trees along a dry creek bed, a beautiful yet unforgiving backdrop to the tireless work of the drive. Camera, high angle, wide shot, emphasizing the immense scale. Environment, mid-morning light across an unbroken, sweeping prairie, clear skies, a sense of immense space and solitude. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you on the gelding, pressing your heels into his sides. Texas Longhorns, a section of the herd balking, creating a bottleneck. Other cowboys, one-point rider waving his hat frantically. Action, you urge your horse forward, responding to a commotion ahead, seeing a point rider frantically waving his hat for assistance as a mass of longhorns balk at a small ravine, threatening to split the herd in a chaotic bottleneck. Camera, dynamic medium shot, focusing on the churning cattle and the urgency of the rider's signal. Environment, dusty open range under a climbing sun, a small, rocky ravine forming a natural impediment, the palpable tension of a brewing crisis. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old with weathered, sun-darkened skin and calloused hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat, bandana pulled down, canvas pants, tough leather boots, on your steady gelding horse. Action, darting in to turn a stubborn Texas Longhorn with enormous horns, twirling a rope overhead to create noise and movement, against the backdrop of other nervous cattle. Camera, low angle, focused on the dynamic action between horse, rider, and cattle. Environment, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies, arid plains under a high midday sun, sense of danger and intense activity. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old with a tired but resolute expression, your bow-legged posture evident, riding your gelding slowly, looking straight ahead. The trail boss, a man with a gravelly voice and serious demeanor, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson on his horse, passing by with a subtle nod of approval. Action, quietly receiving a rare nod of approval from the trail boss after a moment of intense activity, conveying exhaustion tempered by duty. Camera, eye level, focused on the subtle interaction and the weariness of your face. Environment, vast, rolling grasslands stretching to the horizon, late morning light, scattered Texas longhorns in the background, conveying immense scale and ongoing monotony. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Texas longhorns, a massive herd of 2,000 head with enormous horns spreading 6 feet or more, their lean, tough bodies crowding towards a shallow stream. Cowboys, including Diego and Luis, in practical attire, on horseback, managing the jostling cattle. Action, longhorns greedily drinking from a shallow ribbon of water, jostling for position, while cowboys on horseback work to spread them out and prevent damage. Camera, wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the stream, with cowboys integrated into the scene. Environment, a small, shallow stream winding through the prairie, under a bright midday sun, fine dust rising from the cattle. The air is thick with the scent of sagebrush and distant dust. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old with weathered and sun-darkened skin, calloused and deeply cracked hands. You are wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a bandana. Action, splashing cool water from a shallow stream onto your sun-warmed face, droplets catching the light, then drinking deeply from your cupped hands, a look of blessed relief. Refilling your canteen carefully. Camera, close up on your hands and face, emphasizing the texture of your skin and the expression of relief. Environment, the edge of a shallow stream, clear water reflecting the bright midday sky, dust clinging to your skin. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old, riding your steady gelding, your bow-legged posture evident, wearing practical cowboy attire including a weathered Stetson. Texas longhorns are moving steadily in the background. Action, chewing a strip of tough, salty jerky with determined jaw work, a pragmatic expression on your face, focused on the simple act of sustenance amidst the vastness of the cattle drive. Camera, medium shot, capturing your upper body and the activity of chewing, with the rhythmic movement of the horse and cattle in the background. Environment, rolling grassland under the long afternoon sun, stretching into the distance, with the rhythmic plodding of the herd. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old, slumped slightly in your saddle on your gelding, eyes heavy-lidded and head nodding, a faint grimace of effort on your weathered face as you pinch your arm, trying to stay alert. Action, battling intense fatigue on horseback, struggling to keep your eyelids from closing, subtly pinching yourself or biting your cheek to fight off sleep, while the cattle drive continues around you. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on your face and upper body, conveying the internal struggle and exhaustion. Environment, the monotonous, rolling grassland under the relentless afternoon sun, the blurred forms of longhorns and other cowboys in the periphery, emphasizing isolation and fatigue. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Texas longhorns, a massive herd, moving slowly but steadily across a changing landscape. Cowboys, small figures on horseback, visible in the distance, guiding the herd. Action. The vast cattle drive progressing northward through a subtly changing landscape, where the grassland becomes thicker and occasional stands of cottonwood trees mark hidden streams. Camera. Wide panoramic shot, emphasizing the scale of the herd and the transition in scenery. Environment. A sweeping vista of rolling plains, transitioning from arid prairie to greener, thicker grass with scattered cottonwood trees under a vast sky, suggesting a shift in climate. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened, on your gelding, your hand instinctively dropping to your revolver at your hip. A small rabbit, startled, bursts from cover nearby, creating a fleeting moment of high tension. Action, an instinctive, lightning-fast draw of your revolver, interrupted mid-action as you catch yourself, heart pounding, a rabbit fleeing in the foreground, conveying the jumpiness born of exhaustion and danger. Camera, medium close-up, focused on your hand on the revolver and the fleeing rabbit, capturing the sudden movement and tension. Environment, sparse grassland, a small bush from which the rabbit emerged, with the massive, moving cattle herd as a looming background presence under the afternoon sun. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character, you, a male cowboy mid-22 years old, embarrassed but grateful, your weathered Stetson slightly askew. Tom, a veteran cowboy with a weathered face and an amused, knowing twinkle in his eyes, riding his horse alongside you, his hand resting casually on the saddle horn. Both wearing practical cowboy attire. Action. Exchanging a moment of quiet camaraderie and shared understanding with Tom, whose amused expression acknowledges your near mistake, offering seasoned advice. Camera. Two-shot, focused on the interaction between you and Tom, capturing their expressions and the subtle dynamic between veteran and younger cowboy. Environment. Rolling grassland, the cattle drive moving steadily in the background, late afternoon light casting long shadows, a sense of shared trail experience. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring. You wear a weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, and tough leather boots. Action, squinting reflectively at a vast, open horizon, contemplating the future's uncertain path. Camera, medium shot, slight low angle. Environment, a vast, sun-drenched prairie stretching to a distant, hazy horizon under a clear sky. The air is still, with fine dust swirling in lazy eddies. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, on your gelding, a steady mount with powerful legs. You wear practical, durable cowboy attire, a bandana pulled over your nose for dust. Action, urging your horse to expertly cut off a small group of longhorns, whose enormous horns spread 6 feet or more, drifting from the main herd. Camera, dynamic low-angle shot, slightly from behind the action. Environment, open prairie under the late afternoon sun, long shadows stretching, with the main herd visible in the distance. The scent of sagebrush and distant dust. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, on your gelding, both exhausted, head slightly bowed. Your weathered and sun-darkened skin is visible beneath your Stetson. Action, riding slowly as the sun descends, casting long, dramatic shadows across the vast landscape. Camera, wide shot, capturing the expansive prairie and the changing light, with you and your horse small in the frame. Environment, the prairie bathed in the warm, fading light of a setting sun, sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: trail boss, gruff, authoritative, serious demeanor, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Texas Longhorns, 2,000 head, lean, tough bodies, moving willingly. Action: raising a hand to signal the herds turn towards a suitable bed ground as the sun touches the horizon. Camera: medium-wide shot, focusing on the trail boss's gesture and the beginning of the herd's movement. Environment: a gentle depression in the land with a small stream along one edge, providing water and lush grass. The sky is ablaze with the last light of dusk. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, apron over practical cook attire. Chuck wagon, sturdy, functional, with a canvas cover. Action: standing beside a crackling fire, stirring a large pot hanging over it, preparing the evening meal as smoke rises. Camera: medium shot, slightly from the side, focusing on Cookie in the fire, with the chuck wagon in the background. Environment: the campsite at dusk, ambient light from the setting sun fading, the fire casting warm glows. The smell of cooking beans and salt pork. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused hands, canvas pants. Your gelding, loyal, intelligent. Action: gently brushing your trusty gelding after removing its saddle and bridle, checking its powerful legs for any sores, ensuring it has water and grass. Your legs are stiff and sore. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on your hands on the horse and your tired posture. Environment: the campsite at twilight, other cowboys and cattle settling in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, exhausted, accepting a plate of food. Cookie, gruff, pragmatic, handing over the plate. Action: receiving a plate of simple, hot food from Cookie near the chuck wagon, your body sinking heavily to the ground nearby. Camera: eye-level medium shot, focusing on the exchange between you and Cookie, capturing your weary expression and his gruff demeanor. Environment: the camp at nightfall, firelight from the chuck wagon illuminating the scene, other cowboys eating in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, finishing food, looking up. Trail boss, authoritative, gravelly voice, strong presence, wide-brimmed Stetson. Action: sitting on the ground, finishing your meal, looking up at the trail boss who stands over you, delivering instructions. Camera: medium shot from a slightly low angle, emphasizing the trail boss's authority and your exhaustion. Environment: the quiet evening campsite, stars beginning to scatter across the sky like diamond dust, around the dying embers of a campfire. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, exhausted, wearing canvas pants and a wool coat, your weathered Stetson resting nearby. Action: unrolling your rough wool blanket and oilcloth bedroll, preparing to sleep without removing clothes, boots placed within reach. Camera: overhead shot, looking down at you settling into your bedroll, emphasizing the simplicity and practicality of the sleeping arrangement. Environment: the open prairie under a sky full of stars, the temperature dropping rapidly, the silence of the night broken only by the sounds of the settled cattle. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Wearing practical and durable cowboy attire, a rough wool blanket beneath you, folded jacket as a pillow. Action: lying on your back, eyes peacefully gazing at the vast, star-scattered night sky, finding a moment of quiet serenity amidst the faint sounds of a settling cattle drive camp. Camera, low angle, medium shot, focusing on your face and the expansive sky above, with camp activity softly blurred in the background. Environment, twilight, serene, starry night sky with emerging stars, distant firelight softly illuminating parts of the camp, hint of wood smoke and tobacco in the still air. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Still wrapped in a rough wool blanket, eyes closed or just fluttering open. Action, lying heavily on the ground, stirring awake with a wince as the first gray light of dawn filters through closed eyelids, muscles stiff and sore, savoring the last remnants of sleep. Camera, close up, focusing on your face and shoulders, capturing the subtle expression of discomfort and the morning light. Environment, pre-dawn gray light, cool air, dew-dampened grass, subtle hints of wood smoke and the earthy smell of cattle, the ground beneath you. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, implicitly older and tough. Wearing typical camp cook attire, practical and durable, an apron over clothes. Action, grumpily banging pots at the chuck wagon, his silhouette visible against the stirring camp, announcing that breakfast would soon be ready. Camera, medium shot, focusing on Cookie and the chuck wagon, with the rising sun casting long shadows. Environment, early morning camp, rekindled fire smoking gently, men slowly stirring in the background, cool air, dawn light beginning to illuminate the scene. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, trail boss, gravelly voice, serious demeanor, strong and authoritative presence. Wearing authority figure cowboy attire, including a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, practical cook attire. Action, standing near a rekindled campfire, the trail boss conferring with Cookie, his gaze fixed on the heavy, ominous sky as he contemplates the coming weather. Camera, medium shot, slightly low angle, focusing on the two men in the sky above, emphasizing the solemnity and responsibility. Environment, early morning camp, near a crackling fire, heavy, leaden sky suggesting impending weather, cool air. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Wearing tough leather boots, canvas pants, and a spare shirt. Diego, dark eyes, face typically conveying gentle amusement, wearing vaquero attire, including a sombrero. Action, Diego handing you a steaming tin cup of strong black coffee at the chuck wagon, a line of men waiting patiently nearby, as you feel the welcome jolt of warmth. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the exchange of the coffee cup, capturing the expressions of both individuals and the steam rising. Environment, morning camp by the chuck wagon, cool air, diffused dawn light, other cowboys waiting in line in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Wearing practical cowboy attire. Other unnamed cowboys around you. Action, sitting on the ground with a tin plate of beans, salt pork, and biscuits, eating quickly but with focus, exchanging silent nods with fellow cowboys, all preparing mentally for the day. Camera, eye level, medium shot, focusing on the protagonist and his immediate surroundings, showing the quiet intensity of the moment. Environment, morning camp, around the chuck wagon area, cool air, subdued morning light, other cowboys eating in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: trail boss, gravelly voice, serious demeanor, authoritative presence. Wearing authority figure cowboy attire, including a wide-brimmed Stetson hat. A group of cowboys, including the protagonist, but not focused on him, gathered around. Action: standing with gravitas, the trail boss announcing the impending river crossing to the assembled men, his voice carrying across the camp, eliciting a collective groan of apprehension. Camera: wide shot, slightly high angle, encompassing the trail boss and the reaction of the cowboys, emphasizing the impact of his words. Environment: morning camp, open area where men are gathered, cool and somewhat heavy morning light, chuck wagon visible in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: a diverse group of cowboys, including Diego with dark eyes and sombrero, Tom with a weathered face, Luis with gleaming eyes beneath his hat, and others. All wearing practical cowboy attire. Action: a collective groan and visible sighs rising from a group of cowboys, their faces reflecting a mix of apprehension and resignation, reacting to the announcement of a dangerous river crossing. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the faces and body language of several cowboys, capturing the shared mood. Environment: morning camp, near where the trail boss made his announcement, somber morning light, subtle visual cues of tension. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, male, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Wearing practical cowboy attire, specifically tough leather boots. Action: pulling on your worn, tough leather boots, shaped to your feet, in preparation for a day that will include a dangerous river crossing, a determined and resolute expression on your face. Camera close-up, focusing on the hands pulling on the boots and the boots themselves, with a hint of your determined face. Environment: morning camp, on the ground, early light, subtle background blur of camp activity. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, male, mid-22, weathered and sun-darkened skin, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and canvas pants, a rough wool blanket rolled behind your saddle. Trail boss, graveled voice, serious demeanor, wide-brimmed Stetson hat. Action: the trail boss delivering critical instructions, his face serious, while you listen intently, eyes fixed on him, a hint of concern in your steady gaze. Camera, medium shot, focusing on both characters, eye level. Environment: early morning light, the camp waking up, horses in the background, vast prairie beginning to glow with sunrise. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, male, mid-22, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing canvas pants and tough leather boots. The gelding, protagonist's horse, powerful shoulders, steady mount. Action: your calloused hands meticulously checking every strap and buckle of the saddle, the cinch tightened, the bedroll secured, your movements precise and practiced, the gelding standing still and patient. Camera, close-up on hands and saddle, showing the detail and texture of leather and skin. Environment: golden light of dawn, dust motes catching the light around the horse, a quiet corner of the camp. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, male, mid-22, mounted on your horse. Other cowboys, indistinct in the distance. Texas Longhorns, a massive herd, some with horns spreading 6 feet or more. Action: cowboys mounted and ready, a vast herd of longhorns grazing the last bits of grass, the first rays of sun breaking over the horizon, illuminating the dust rising around the animals. Camera, wide shot, capturing the scale of the herd and the vastness of the landscape. Environment: a vibrant sunrise painting the sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, casting long shadows across the flat prairie, early morning dust. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22, mounted on your gelding, wearing a weathered Stetson. Manuel, experienced vaquero, composed face, mounted on his horse. Texas Longhorns, 2,000 head, lean, tough bodies, moving slowly forward. Action. You and Manuel riding at the left and right front points of the massive Longhorn herd, guiding the flow, your eyes scanning the cattle and the horizon, dust swirling around the moving animals. Camera. Low angle, looking up at the riders and the imposing horns of the cattle. Environment. Open prairie, mid-morning light, a rising cloud of fine dust, sense of relentless forward movement. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22, mounted on your gelding. Texas Longhorns, distant, moving. Action. You riding slowly, observing the changing landscape, flat prairie transitioning into gentle hills, cottonwood and willow trees appearing more frequently along unseen watercourses, grass growing thicker and greener. Camera. Tracking shot, showing the changing environment from the rider's perspective. Environment. Mid-morning, shifting light, a sense of progression and nature's subtle clues, a wide open sky. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22, mounted on your gelding, bandana pulled over nose and mouth. Texas Longhorns, several in the foreground, heads up, ears pricked, with an increased pace. Action. You riding amid the cattle, your gelding steady, as the Longhorns increase their pace, driven by thirst, their lean bodies pressing forward, dust swirling from their hooves, your expression thoughtful beneath your Stetson. Camera. Eye-level shot, focusing on the movement of the cattle and your observant face. Environment. Mid-morning, closer to the river, greener vegetation, the air thick with the scent of water and dust. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character. Trail boss, gruff, authoritative, weathered face, wide-brimmed Stetson, mounted on his horse. You, male, mid-22, resolute expression, mounted on your gelding. Action. The trail boss riding alongside you, his serious face partially shadowed by his hat brim, delivering the abrupt news of the river. Running high. While you nod, processing the vital information, your eyes conveying unwavering vigilance. Camera. Over-the-shoulder shot from behind you, capturing the boss's serious face and your focused reaction. Environment. Open, expansive landscape, during the cattle drive, with a clear sky, a sense of quiet tension. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character. No specific characters, focus on the landscape. Action. A wide brown ribbon of a river appearing in the distance, bisecting the vast landscape, its surface shimmering deceptively with reflections of a clear blue sky, while subtle swirls and eddies hint at the powerful current beneath. Camera. Panoramic wide shot, capturing the immense scale of the land and the distant river. Environment. Midday, vast, sun-drenched landscape, clear blue sky, the brown river a prominent feature. Style. Watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character. Trail boss, authoritative, weathered face. You, male, mid-22, attentive. Diego, friendly, gentle amusement. Luis, quiet, observant. Tom, veteran, dry humor. Texas Longhorns, grazing contentedly nearby. Action. The trail boss, standing before the assembled outfit, giving final, critical instructions for the river crossing, his voice firm, while the cowboys listen with intense focus, their faces a mixture of professional resolve and serious concentration, cattle grazing in the background. Camera. Medium-wide shot, capturing the circle of attentive cowboys and the commanding figure of the trail boss, with the river visible in the distance. Environment. Near the river's edge, midday light, a tense but highly focused atmosphere, the sound of the distant river. Style. watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: trail boss, authoritative with a weathered face and gravelly voice, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson hat and practical cowboy attire. A young cowboy, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire including a weathered Stetson. Action: trail boss fixes a serious gaze on the young cowboy, delivering critical instructions with a calm but firm voice, while the cowboy listens intently, a sense of grave responsibility settling upon him. Camera: medium shot, low angle looking up at trail boss and young cowboy, focusing on their faces and intense exchange. Environment: dusty, sun-drenched plains, a distant, ominous river visible in the background under a vast, bright sky, evoking the unromantic reality of cowboy life. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: non-specific, focus on environment. Action: the immense, murky river current tugs relentlessly at fallen branches and debris, the water thick with murky silt, its depth impossible to discern, conveying an overwhelming sense of raw, untamed power and the hardship of nature. Camera: close-up, slightly low angle, focusing on the churning, silted water and struggling branches. Environment: a wide river under a bright, indifferent sun, reflecting a subtle, foreboding sheen, highlighting the challenge ahead. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: a vast herd of Texas longhorns, their enormous horns catching the light, moving in a dynamic wedge shape. Numerous cowboys, including a young cowboy at the tip with Manuel, are spread out, guiding the herd in practical, durable cowboy attire. Action: the cattle drive transforms into a rough, purposeful wedge formation, riders on horseback strategically maneuvering to position the herd for the treacherous river crossing, a testament to duty and responsibility. Camera: wide aerial shot, looking down at the immense herd and riders, highlighting the scale and strategic movement. Environment: expansive, dusty plains leading towards a wide river, under a clear, bright sky, emphasizing the vastness and the deliberate pace. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: a young cowboy, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, dressed in practical canvas pants, a wool coat, weathered Stetson, and tough leather boots. Riding a steady gelding. Action: the cowboy checks his lariat, securely fastened yet instantly accessible, his expression conveying a moment of introspective resolve and quiet preparation before confronting the river's dangers, his mouth feeling inexplicably dry. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on the cowboy's hands and face, with the horse's neck and part of the saddle visible. Environment: on the reedy bank of a wide, imposing river, the air thick with anticipation, under a clear sky, embodying self-reliance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: trail boss, authoritative, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson and practical cowboy attire, riding a sturdy horse. A young cowboy attentive on his gelding, still absorbing the gravity of his task. Action: trail boss, after delivering a final, firm instruction, turns his horse and rides away along the expansive line of cattle, leaving the young cowboy to digest the weight of his responsibility, a symbol of the chain of command. Camera: medium shot, following the trail boss as he rides away, with the young cowboy visible in the foreground, his back to the viewer. Environment: dusty plains just before the river's edge, sunlight catching the dust motes, vast sky overhead, emphasizing isolation within camaraderie. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: a young cowboy, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, in practical cowboy attire, on his gelding. Manuel, an experienced vaquero, composed face but eyes reflecting acute awareness of danger, wearing vaquero attire including a sombrero, on his horse. A massive herd of Texas longhorns behind them. Action. The young cowboy and Manuel exchange a brief, meaningful glance across the front of the immense cattle herd, a silent gesture of solidarity and mutual trust, their faces etched with a shared understanding of the inherent danger, embodying camaraderie. Camera, medium shot, eye level, focusing on the two cowboys' faces and their shared look, with the heads of longhorns visible in the background. Environment, the edge of a wide, imposing river, with the anticipation of the crossing hanging heavy in the air, under a clear, watchful sky. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a young cowboy, mid-22 years old, on his trusty gelding, speaking softly in encouragement. The gelding, powerful and loyal, its ears pricked forward, displaying natural, instinctual caution at the daunting water. Action. The young cowboy gently nudges his horse forward, leading the herd toward the river's edge, but the gelding hesitates briefly at the muddy bank, its head lowered slightly, sensing the impending challenge, highlighting the human-animal connection. Camera, medium shot, slightly low angle, focusing on the horse's head and front legs at the water's edge, with the cowboy visible in the saddle. Environment, the muddy, reedy bank of a wide, murky river, water gleaming under the sun, a sense of calm before the storm, reflecting adaptation. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a young cowboy, mid-22 years old, on his resolute gelding. The gelding, its powerful legs wading through the current. Led Texas longhorns, massive horn heads held high, dutifully following closely behind. Action. The gelding takes its first hesitant steps into the churning river, water swirling around its fetlocks, then rising to its knees, as the lead cattle dutifully follow behind, their powerful forms entering the opaque water, a testament to unwavering vigilance. Camera, medium shot, eye level, focusing on the horse and rider from the side, with the water swirling around the horse's legs and the first longhorns entering behind them. Environment, murky river water, sun glinting off the surface, with the distant riverbank visible, conveying the first plunge into the unknown. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a young cowboy, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, his tough canvas pants wet, gripping the stirrups firmly. His trusty gelding, powerful shoulders working tirelessly, swimming valiantly against a fierce current. Action. The gelding swims with powerful, desperate strokes, its head high, battling the strong river current, icy water rising to the cowboy's knees as he firmly keeps his feet in the stirrups, determined and resolute in the face of the deepening peril and hardship. Camera, medium close-up, slightly low angle, focusing on the cowboy and the swimming horse, showing the turbulent water and the struggle. Environment, deep, icy, churning river water under a vast, open sky, the current clearly visible as a powerful, unromantic force. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a mid-22-year-old bow-legged cowboy with weathered and sun-darkened skin, riding your steady gelding. Outfit, practical and durable cowboy attire, bandana pulled over nose and mouth, weathered Stetson hat. Action, battling an unseen force, maintaining an unwavering gaze forward. Camera, low angle, eye level with the water, medium shot focusing on the horse's head and your torso. Environment, murky river water churns around, distant shouts and bellows from the main herd in the background, strong current indicated by ripples and horse's effort, dappled light on the water. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, your gelding, its powerful shoulders straining, blowing hard. Outfit, wet saddle and bridle. Action, a monumental push against an overwhelming force, muscles rippling with desperate exertion. Camera, dynamic angle, close up on the horse's head and neck, capturing its struggle, with water splashing dramatically. Environment: river water roiling violently, strong currents pulling the horse downstream, a sense of deep, unseen power in the water. Lighting is intense, reflecting off the disturbed surface. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a resilient cowboy, body relaxed, weight centered. Outfit: practical and durable cowboy attire, thoroughly soaked. Action: a turning tide, slow but determined progress against adversity, eyes fixed on a distant glimmer of safety. Camera: medium shot from slightly behind, showing the horse's powerful rear legs churning water and your calm, focused posture. Environment: river current still strong but slightly less chaotic, distant far bank beginning to appear closer, water still dark but with hints of calmer surface ahead. Light breaking through. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you and your gelding, exhausted but resolute. Outfit: soaked cowboy clothing, saddle dripping water. Action: the first touch of solid ground, hooves scraping the riverbed, a surge of palpable hope. Camera: close up on the horse's hooves as they momentarily touch the riverbed, then lift again, with the far bank just coming into view. Your leg and boot are visible. Environment: water becoming shallower and clearer, showing the riverbed, a gentle slope of gravel on the immediate far bank, bright light reflecting off the shallows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: your gelding, muscles defined and glistening with water, a final powerful lunge. Outfit: saddle and bridle, dripping wet. Action: breaking free, water streaming from its sides, a triumphant surge onto stable ground. Camera: dynamic low angle, capturing the horse's powerful lunge, water splashing high as it clears the main current, focusing on its front hooves hitting solid ground. Environment: shallows of the river, gentle gravel slope, bright and hopeful lighting as the horse emerges into safety, sunlight glinting off wet fur. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a vigilant cowboy, seated in the saddle. Outfit: soaked, practical cowboy attire. Action: swiftly assessing the ongoing controlled chaos, a moment of profound observation. Camera: medium shot from behind you, looking over your shoulder towards the river. Environment: wide vista of the churning river filled with hundreds of Texas longhorns, their massive horns like a sprawling forest above the water, other cowboys on horseback visible as small figures expertly guiding the herd, distant far bank. Overcast or dramatic sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Manuel, an experienced vaquero with a composed face, on his horse blowing hard. Outfit: vaquero attire, practical cowboy clothing, soaking wet. Action: emerging from danger, immediately refocusing, a shared understanding of persistent vigilance. Camera: eye-level medium shot of Manuel and his horse, water still dripping from them, his dark eyes fixed on the river. Environment: the immediate bank of the river, still damp, the vast river of churning cattle just behind him, a sense of ongoing danger and duty. Lighting is subdued, reflecting the seriousness. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: two cowboys, daring riders on their horses. Outfit: practical, durable cowboy attire, soaked, bandanas over mouths. Action: expertly maneuvering alongside struggling Texas longhorns, deftly turning a stray back, an act of perilous rescue and tireless guidance. Camera: dynamic action shot, low angle, showing cowboys and cattle in the water, splashes, close on a cowboy leaning to guide a longhorn. Environment: the heart of the river crossing, turbulent water, massive longhorns with horns jutting out, a sense of immediate danger and swift action. Lighting is diffused, highlighting the struggle. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the trail boss, an authoritative figure with a serious demeanor, on his horse. Outfit: authority figure cowboy attire, wide-brimmed Stetson hat, practical and durable, wet. Action: the last to emerge, symbolizing completion and quiet success, subtly conveying profound relief. Camera: medium shot, slightly from the side, as the trail boss's horse steps onto the bank, water streaming, his face serious but with a hint of softened resolve, other cowboys in the background, subtly relaxing. Environment: the far river bank, now mostly clear of cattle, but with wet ground, the wide river behind him, a sense of monumental task completed. Evening light, soft and warm. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a mid-22-year-old male cowboy, bow-legged, with weathered, sun-darkened skin, wearing a wet canvas shirt plastered to his skin and tough leather boots. Action: riding his steady horse at a slow pace, a profound quiet satisfaction subtly visible on his face despite physical discomfort, looking toward the distant grazing cattle. Camera: medium shot, chest up, focusing on his determined yet content expression. Environment: golden hour light, soft and warm, reflecting off the dampness of his clothes, with a hazy riverside meadow in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a massive herd of Texas Longhorns, with enormous horns, lean, tough bodies. Action: grazing contentedly on lush riverside meadowgrass, their powerful forms silhouetted against the setting sun. Camera: wide shot, capturing the vastness of the herd and the landscape. Environment: a wide, serene riverside meadow bathed in the warm, brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples of a slow sunset. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a sturdy chuck wagon, with implicit camp cook nearby, and the distant silhouettes of tired cowboys approaching. Action: the chuck wagon waiting patiently, a warm, inviting campfire crackling nearby, smoke rising gently. Camera: medium wide shot, capturing the wagon and the campfire's glow. Environment: twilight deepening into night, the air filled with the scent of sagebrush and distant dust, the campfire casting long, flickering shadows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a mid-22-year-old male cowboy, bow-legged, with calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing practical cowboy attire, alongside his loyal gelding horse, saddle removed. Action: devotedly rubbing down his horse, offering an extra handful of grain, an intimate moment of gratitude. Camera: close-up, showing the man's hands on the horse's neck and the horse's pricked ears. Environment: soft glow of a nearby campfire, deep evening shadows, the sound of the horse softly snorting. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a group of resilient cowboys, including a grumpy cook with a weathered face and gnarled hands, and a protagonist, all wearing practical, durable cowboy attire. Action: eating a hearty stew and biscuits with heightened appreciation around a crackling campfire, their faces lit by the flames. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the communal meal and the men's satisfied expressions. Environment: night, the warm, flickering light of a campfire, the comforting aroma of cooking food. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Tom, a veteran cowboy with a weathered face, wearing practical cowboy attire, speaking with a matter-of-fact tone, alongside other attentive cowboys including a mid-22-year-old male protagonist. Action: Tom recounting a story of a river crossing, holding a steaming cup of coffee, his eyes reflecting a haunting memory, others listening intently. Camera: medium shot, focusing on Tom's face and the circle of listeners. Environment: night, the warm, shifting light of a crackling campfire, casting dramatic shadows on faces. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: the trail boss, an authoritative figure with a serious demeanor and a wide-brimmed Stetson hat, and several cowboys, including a mid-22-year-old male protagonist, showing quiet pride. Action: the trail boss accepting a steaming cup of coffee from Cookie, his gaze sweeping over the men, offering a rare, simple phrase of, "Good work today." Camera: medium shot, capturing the trail boss's commanding presence and the collective, subtle pride of the cowboys. Environment: night, the warm glow of the campfire illuminating the faces in the circle, quiet anticipation in the air. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: a mid-22-year-old male cowboy, bow-legged, body heavy with exhaustion, wearing practical cowboy attire, next to his bedroll. Action: unrolling his bedroll on a flat spot, preparing for sleep, gazing up at the sky with a lingering alertness. Camera: high-angle shot, looking down at the protagonist and his bedroll, with the vast sky above. Environment: deep night, open range, an impossibly star-filled sky scattered like diamond dust on black velvet, a few distant campfires glowing. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: implicit protagonist lying down, small figure in the foreground. Action: immersive view of the night sky, emphasizing its vastness and beauty. Camera: extreme wide shot, emphasizing the celestial expanse. Environment: vast, open range at deep night, an impossibly star-filled sky, stars scattered like diamond dust on black velvet, with the very faint suggestion of a horizon line. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring, wearing a rough wool blanket. Action: reflecting on the profound freedom and hardship of the trail, a subtle smile playing on your lips, eyes half closed in contemplation as the campfire flickers softly. Camera: close up on your face, shallow depth of field, focused on your introspective expression. Environment: a dying campfire casting warm, soft glows and deep shadows on your face, surrounded by the vast, silent plains under a darkening sky, a few faint stars beginning to appear. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, lying down, covered by a rough wool blanket. Action: succumbing to sleep, eyes closed, listening to the comforting blend of soft voices, gentle lowing of cattle, and occasional horse hoof stamps, a look of deep contentment on your face. Camera: medium shot from above, focusing on your peaceful face and the simple camp setting. Environment: a dimly lit camp at night, the campfire now just glowing embers, surrounded by silhouettes of other sleeping cowboys, a faint glow from distant cattle, under a vast, star-dotted sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, covered by a rough wool blanket, and Luis, a quiet Mexican vaquero, face barely visible in darkness. Action: Luis's hand gently shaking your shoulder, your eyes blinking open in disorientation, a low whisper breaking the camp's silence. Camera: close up on your face and Luis's hand, capturing the moment of awakening and the faint light. Environment: the deep darkness of a sleeping campfire reduced to embers casting only a faint, reddish light, the air crisp and cold, moon low in the western sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, rising stiffly, pulling on tough leather boots and a wool coat, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Action: preparing for your watch duty, checking your revolver by feel, moving quietly through the slumbering camp, your movements deliberate. Camera: wide shot capturing the silent camp, with you as a central figure in the foreground, showing the vastness of the setting. Environment: the utterly silent camp at 2 a.m. Campfire glowing with embers, the moon hanging low in the western sky casting long, pale shadows, a crisp chill in the air, the distant, unseen river. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and tough leather boots, alongside your gelding, a steady mount. Action: quickly saddling your horse by touch and memory, your experienced fingers moving confidently in the dim light, the horse offering a soft, familiar nicker. Camera: medium shot, focusing on your hands on the saddle and your gelding's head, capturing the intimate interaction. Environment: a dim, barely lit area near the horse picket line, pre-dawn darkness, the faint glow of the moon or distant embers providing minimal visibility. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, mounted on your gelding, and another tired cowboy, riding away into the darkness. Action: you taking your place in the night watch circuit, nodding to the departing cowboy who reports, "All quiet," as he turns his horse back to camp. Camera: eye-level shot, depicting the exchange and the other cowboy's departure, emphasizing the solitude of your new post. Environment: the perimeter of the vast, dark cattle herd at night, under a clear, star-blazing sky, with the faint outlines of the sleeping Texas longhorns in the distance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, mounted on your gelding, both a silhouette against the night sky. Action: riding slowly and methodically around the perimeter of the vast, sleeping herd of Texas longhorns, their collective breathing creating a gentle rhythm of soft snorts and sighs. Camera: long shot, high angle, showing the immense scale of the herd as a dark mass across the meadow, with your lone figure on horseback circling. Environment: a wide, open meadow under a perfectly clear, star-blazing night sky, the dark forms of 2,000 Texas longhorns lying down, a light breeze carrying the scent of water and crushed grass. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, riding your gelding, face turned slightly upwards, thoughtful, a weathered Stetson hat shading your eyes. Action: humming softly, a tuneless low sound, feeling a profound, almost spiritual connection to the boundless land and star-filled sky, hardships temporarily forgotten, a look of serene contemplation on your face. Camera: close up on your face, highlighting the reflective expression, with the vast, star-blazing sky as a backdrop. Environment: the serene night, perfectly clear, with stars blazing brilliantly overhead, the subtle scent of water and crushed grass carried on a light breeze, the distant, peaceful forms of the cattle. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, mounted on your gelding, both moving with a steady, predictable presence, your tough leather boots in the stirrups. Action: riding with a meditative slowness, maintaining a comforting reassurance for the cattle, your thoughts drifting through memories and the unknown trail ahead, your gaze distant and calm. Camera: tracking shot from the side, following you and your horse as you move slowly, emphasizing the deliberate pace and the quiet solitude. Environment: a vast, moonlit or starlit meadow, with the dark forms of the sleeping cattle in the foreground, the boundless land stretching into the hazy distance under a clear night sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-20s, weathered and sun-darkened skin, calloused and deeply cracked hands, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action, silhouetted against the breaking eastern sky, observing the cattle beginning to stir, a quiet triumph of another night watch successfully completed. Camera, eye level, medium close-up, focusing on the silhouette against the horizon and the stirring cattle. Environment, eastern sky breaking into faint hues of orange, fiery reds, and soft purples, distant river hazy with morning mist, vast open range, tranquil atmosphere. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, trail boss, strong and authoritative presence, weathered face, wide-brimmed Stetson hat, practical cowboy attire. Action, emerging stiffly from his bedroll, a visible signal of the official start of another demanding day on the trail. Camera, low angle, full shot, emphasizing his authority and the dawning day. Environment, early morning camp, faint campfire glow, dew on the ground, chuck wagon visible in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Cookie, weathered face, gnarled hands, practical camp cook attire with an apron over his clothes. Action, standing by the chuck wagon, pouring coffee from a steaming pot over the campfire, preparations for breakfast well underway. Camera, eye level, medium shot, focusing on his gnarled hands and the steaming coffee. Environment, cool morning camp, warm glow from the campfire, steam rising from the coffee pot, rustic chuck wagon. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, Cowboys, Luis and Diego, weathered faces, stubbled with several days' growth of beard, practical cowboy attire including hats. Action, moving stiffly and slowly in the cool morning air, rising from their bedrolls, stretching and preparing for the new day's relentless cycle. Camera, wide shot, slightly elevated, capturing several cowboys in various stages of waking up. Environment, cool morning light camp scene, bedrolls on the ground, a sense of quiet exhaustion. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-20s, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered cowboy attire. Cookie, gnarled hands, weathered face, apron. Action, dismounting near the chuck wagon and accepting a steaming cup of coffee from Cookie, a profound moment of simple satisfaction after a long night. Camera, eye level, medium close-up, focusing on the exchange of the coffee cup between their hands. Environment, chuck wagon as a backdrop, warm steam rising from the coffee, soft morning light, camp sounds implied. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character. Action, the sun spectacularly breaking over the horizon, bathing the entire expansive landscape in a warm, golden light, marking the true beginning of another day on the trail. Camera, wide panoramic shot, low angle, emphasizing the vastness and the dramatic sky. Environment, vast, open range, dramatic sunrise with brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, long shadows stretching across the land. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, group of cowboys, including you, Diego, Luis, weathered faces, practical cowboy attire, Stetsons. Action, gathered in the morning, a subtle, palpable shift in their collective energy, shoulders subtly straightening, a slightly quicker, more purposeful pace to preparations as Abilene is just 2 days ahead. Camera, medium wide shot, capturing their expressions and subtle body language. Environment, morning camp, warm golden light, chuck wagon in background, an air of quiet anticipation and renewed determination. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: Tom, veteran cowboy, weathered face, eyes twinkling with humor, practical cowboy attire. Action: grinning widely as he saddles his horse, speaking of baths, shaves, and saloons in Abilene, embodying the excitement for the journey's end. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on his grinning face and the action of saddling. Environment: morning camp, his horse partially visible, a sense of buoyant anticipation and camaraderie. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: Texas Longhorns, massive herd with enormous horns, lean, tough bodies. You, the protagonist, a small figure on horseback, riding flank. Action: the cattle moving with familiar, predictable routine across the endless open range, a single cowboy riding flank in the distance, embodying the relentless rhythm and scale of the drive. Camera: high angle, sweeping wide shot, emphasizing the scale of the herd and the vastness of the landscape. Environment: expansive, dusty open range under a clear sky, an endless horizon, heat haze. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Diego, dark eyes, gentle amusement beneath his sombrero, practical cowboy clothing. Action: you and Diego are sharing a genuine laugh, your smile is bright. Diego is shaking his head good-naturedly with a teasing grin. Camera: medium shot, slight low angle to emphasize the open sky. Environment: late morning light, open prairie, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies, a distant chuck wagon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: trail boss, serious demeanor, gravelly voice, wide-brimmed Stetson hat, authoritative cowboy attire. Action: trail boss gazing towards the distant horizon, a rare, soft smile on his weathered face, hands resting on his saddle horn, a subtle hint of relief and anticipation. Camera: medium close-up, slightly from behind his shoulder. Environment: vast open prairie, late morning, golden light, a sense of boundless space. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, weathered Stetson hat pulled low, canvas pants, tough leather boots, riding the gelding, a steady mount. Action: you are riding slowly, deep in introspective thought, a faint hopeful expression on your face as you imagine the simple, yet luxurious pleasures awaiting in town, a real bed, hot food, and a long-awaited letter from home. Camera: over-the-shoulder shot, looking out with the protagonist. Environment: vast open prairie, endless sky, late afternoon sun casting long shadows, fine dust swirls and lazy eddies. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: cowboys and cattle are visible as small figures in the distance. Action: the landscape subtly transitions from vast, open prairie to show faint signs of civilization, a distant farm with fenced fields, wagon tracks crossing the trail, and a proper, well-maintained road intersecting the dusty path. Camera: wide shot, panoramic view. Environment: late afternoon, soft, golden hour light, the horizon showing a blend of wild nature and human influence. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16-9. Character: veteran cowboy Tom, weathered face, twinkling eyes, practical cowboy attire, a group of younger cowboys, attentive expressions, typical cowboy attire. You, the protagonist, listening intently, practical cowboy attire. Action: Tom is gesticulating animatedly, telling a vivid, exaggerated story about Abilene. Younger cowboys are leaning forward, mesmerized. You are adding your own memories from previous visits, a warm sense of camaraderie around the fire. Camera: medium shot, slightly low angle focusing on the faces around the fire. Environment: night, glowing communal campfire, shadows dancing on faces, stars scattered across the sky like diamond dust on black velvet. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, weary, sun-darkened skin, rough wool blanket, oilcloth beneath you. Action: you are lying on your bedroll, staring up at the night sky, deep in thought, mentally calculating how far your meager wages might stretch in a booming cow town, a thoughtful, slightly concerned expression. Camera: overhead shot looking down at the protagonist on his bedroll. Environment: night, under the open sky, faint moonlight, rough wool blanket, simple bedroll, infinite stars above. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, riding the gelding, practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action: you are looking towards the distant horizon, a subtle expression of recognition and profound relief on your face as you clearly see the telltale smoke plumes from the coal-burning locomotives at the Abilene railhead rising into the clear midday sky. The gelding's ears are pricked forward. Camera: medium shot, over-the-shoulder perspective, looking out at the horizon. Environment: vast open prairie, clear blue sky, bright midday sun, distant smoke plumes on the horizon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: trail boss, authoritative, gravelly voice, wide-brimmed Stetson, practical cowboy attire. You, the protagonist, and other cowboys, listening attentively, Texas longhorns, lean, tough bodies, enormous horns, grazing peacefully in the background. Action: trail boss standing with his horse, addressing the gathered cowboys, emphasizing the need for both cattle and men to be well rested for tomorrow's final push into town, his voice betraying a rare hint of anticipation. Camera: medium shot, slightly wide to capture the group. Environment: late afternoon, golden light, open prairie, a herd of longhorns visible in the background, a sense of quiet command and shared purpose. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, weary, practical cowboy attire, rough wool blanket, oilcloth beneath you. Action: you are lying on your bedroll, eyes wide open, staring up at the endless, star-scattered night sky, unable to sleep due to restless anticipation of Abilene, one calloused hand resting on your chest. Camera: close up on the protagonist's face from a slightly high angle, showing the night sky above. Environment: night, under the open sky, faint moonlight, rough wool blanket, infinite stars scattered across the sky like diamond dust on black velvet. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, implicitly strong and enduring. Outfit: rough wool blanket, oilcloth, weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, tough leather boots. Action: gently placing a saddle on your gelding's back under the soft pre-dawn light, a silent promise to the final push. Camera: close up on your hands in the saddle, emphasizing the textures and the quiet resolve in your posture. Environment: faint glow of first light on the horizon, cool morning air, the shapes of the longhorns stirring in the distance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: trail boss, gruff, authoritative, serious demeanor, gravelly voice. Outfit: wide-brimmed Stetson hat, practical and commanding cowboy attire. Action: addressing the assembled cowboys, Diego, Manuel, Tom, and you among them, with an almost sentimental expression, giving final instructions before heading into town. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the trail boss's face and the attentive faces of the outfit, a sense of shared anticipation. Environment: open prairie, Just before dawn gives way to full light, the chuck wagon packed in the background, a palpable sense of purpose. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character you, observant and introspective. Outfit, weathered Stetson hat, bandana pulled over nose/mouth. Action, riding your gelding, gazing across the vast prairie towards the distant, hazy silhouette of Abilene's stockyards and scattered buildings. Camera, over your shoulder, capturing your perspective as the town slowly emerges, emphasizing the scale of the landscape against the new sign of civilization. Environment, mid-morning, fine dust swirls lazily, the scent of sagebrush still strong, Abilene a distant promise on the horizon. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, experiencing the overwhelming sensory input. Outfit, weathered cowboy attire. Action, riding steadily, head slightly turned, a subtle expression of surprise and wonder on your weathered face as the complex sounds and smells of the town, locomotive whistles, coal smoke, cooking food, wash over you. Camera, close up, focusing on your eyes and the subtle tension in your jaw, conveying the internal monologue of sensory overload. Environment, the dusty outskirts of a bustling town, unseen activity hinted at by ambient light and shadow, a stark contrast to the quiet prairie. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Abilene's bustling main street. Outfit, various townsfolk in period attire, cowboys in the background. Action, a vibrant snapshot of Abilene's main street, featuring saloons with elaborate facades, utilitarian mercantiles, hotels, and bathhouses, all competing for attention. Camera, wide street-level shot, showcasing the architectural details and the dynamic blend of frontier practicality and urban ambition. Environment, bright midday sun, dusty street filled with wagons, horses, and pedestrians, lively atmosphere. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, concentrated and vigilant, astride your gelding. Outfit, practical and durable cowboy attire, Stetson hat. Action, carefully guiding a group of nervous Texas Longhorns towards the stockyards, your gaze fixed on their shifting movements, anticipating any sudden spook. Camera, low-angle shot, emphasizing the massive size of the Longhorns and the focused determination on your face, the dust kicked up around the hooves. Environment, the immediate approach to the Abilene stockyards, unfamiliar buildings looming, dust-filled air, a sense of controlled tension. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Diego, Manuel, and you, working in unison. Outfit, vaquero attire for Diego and Manuel, traditional cowboy attire for you. Action, strategically positioning yourselves to efficiently guide the massive herd of Texas Longhorns through the towering gates and into the designated pens of the stockyard. Camera, elevated shot looking down into the stockyard entrance, showcasing the coordinated effort of the cowboys and the flowing mass of cattle. Environment, inside the stockyard, sun-drenched and dusty, massive wooden fences and gates, the air thick with the scent of cattle and effort. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, exhausted but triumphant. Outfit, dust-covered cowboy attire, Stetson pushed back slightly. Action, resting briefly on your gelding, watching the last enormous steer pass through the stockyard gate, a profound sense of accomplishment softening your weathered face. Camera, medium shot, focusing on your quiet moment of relief and the final Longhorn disappearing into the pens, emphasizing the culmination of the journey. Environment, inside the stockyard, late afternoon sun casting long shadows, the air still thick with dust, the distant lowing of the successfully penned herd. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, trail boss, authoritative and relieved, and stockyard manager, pragmatic. Outfit, trail boss in commanding cowboy attire, stockyard manager in practical, perhaps slightly more formal, town clothing. Action, shaking hands firmly, the exchange of paperwork between them symbolizing the successful completion of the cattle drive. Camera, eye-level medium shot, focusing on their hands clasping and the expressions of mutual respect and business conclusion on their faces. Environment, near a stockyard office or pens, background suggesting the end of a long journey and the beginning of a new transaction. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, trail boss, a weathered man with a gravelly voice, wearing a wide-brimmed Stetson and practical authority figure cowboy attire. The outfit of cowboys, looking tired but attentive, some with dusty hats and canvas pants, their calloused hands visible. Action, the trail boss addressing the assembled outfit, his hand gestures conveying a softened gruffness as he expresses genuine appreciation for "Good work, boys." Camera, eye level, medium shot, focusing on the trail boss with the cowboys blurred slightly in the background, their bow-legged stances visible. Environment, outside a rustic stockyard office, under a late afternoon sky, with dust motes catching the golden light. The atmosphere is one of hard-earned conclusion and weary relief. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy with weathered, sun-darkened skin and calloused hands, wearing dusty canvas pants and a worn Stetson. Your gelding, a steady mount with powerful shoulders, its coat dusty from the trail. Action, you carefully brushing your gelding, removing trail dust from its coat, a bucket of clean water and a pile of grain visible in the stall. Your expression is one of dedicated care and quiet gratitude. Camera, medium close shot, focusing on your hands on the brush and the horse's flank, capturing the bond between man and animal. Environment, inside a bustling livery stable, filled with other horses and the muted sounds of town life. Shafts of light filter through dusty windows, illuminating straw on the floor. The air smells of hay, horse, and leather. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a bow-legged cowboy, standing a little apart from the main street. Your back is partially turned, showing your practical, trail-worn attire and a weathered Stetson. Action, you observing a bustling main street, your posture conveying a sense of jarring disorientation as you take in the cacophony of town life. Camera, wide shot slightly from behind you, with your figure framing the foreground. The street scene should be vibrant and overwhelming. Environment, a crowded frontier town street. Tall wooden buildings block the horizon. Wagons, horses, and numerous people mill about. The lighting is bright and perhaps a little harsh, emphasizing the sensory overload. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy, still in somewhat dusty attire, including your Stetson, but slightly cleaner than before. Action, you sitting on the edge of a small but clean bed in a modest hotel room, running a calloused hand over the clean bedspread, a look of profound relief and quiet luxury on your face. Camera, medium shot, focusing on your seated figure and the bed. Environment, a simple hotel room at the Westerner. A window shows a sliver of the town outside. The room is sparsely furnished but notably clean, with a fresh white bedspread. Soft, warm light fills the room. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy, with a visibly grimy body. Action, you sinking gratefully into a steaming wooden tub, your eyes closed in relief, steam rising around your head. Layers of dirt and trail grime are visibly dissolving into the hot water. Camera, medium close shot, focusing on your torso and face in the tub, emphasizing the steam and the sense of release. Environment, A private stall in a town bathhouse. The air is thick with steam. A bar of soap rests on the edge of the tub. The lighting is soft and intimate, highlighting the warm water. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy, with a smooth, recently shaved face and neatly trimmed hair beneath a freshly dusted Stetson. A barber, a weathered man with an apron, holds a comb. Action: you emerging from a barber's chair, looking considerably more civilized. The barber stands nearby, a look of professional satisfaction on his face. Camera, medium shot, focusing on you, with the barber slightly behind and to the side. Environment: inside a traditional barber shop, with striped poles, mirrors, and leather chairs. The atmosphere is one of fresh cleanliness and transformation. Bright, clear light. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy, with a freshly shaved face and trimmed hair, wearing a new, crisp cotton shirt. Your calloused hands are visible. Action: you standing in a mercantile, pulling on a brand new, crisp cotton shirt, a slight expression of unfamiliarity and pleasure on your face as the fabric feels strange against your skin. Camera, medium shot, focusing on your upper body and the new shirt. Environment: inside a bustling general mercantile store, shelves packed with various goods like fabrics, tools, and provisions. Warm, inviting light from lamps or a front window. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: a group of cowboys from the outfit, including Diego and Tom, all freshly barbered and clothed in clean, practical cowboy attire. Their sun-darkened skin, calloused hands, and distinctive bow-legged stances are still visible. Action: the cowboys standing in a loose group outside a drover's bank, looking remarkably cleaner and more civilized than weeks ago, but their trail-worn essence remains. They exchange quiet words. Camera, wide shot, capturing the group of cowboys and the bank building. Environment: outside a frontier town bank building. The street is busy, but the focus is on the assembled men. The sun is mid-morning, casting defined shadows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, a male, mid-22-year-old cowboy, freshly barbered and wearing a new shirt and dusted Stetson. The trail boss, a gruff but fair man in a wide-brimmed Stetson, holding a stack of banknotes. Action: you stepping forward, your calloused hand outstretched, as the trail boss counts out a stack of banknotes into your palm. Your expression is one of quiet satisfaction and hard-earned reward. Camera, medium close shot, focusing on the exchange of money, highlighting your hand and the banknotes. The trail boss's face is partially visible. Environment: outside the drover's bank, with other cowboys waiting patiently in the background. The lighting is clear and pragmatic, reflecting the transaction. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire. Action: savoring a thick beef steak, potatoes with butter, fresh bread, and apple pie, your expression one of profound satisfaction and overwhelming pleasure from the first bite of real food after weeks of trail rations. Camera, medium shot, focusing on your face and the plate. Environment: Prairie Rose Restaurant, warm and inviting atmosphere, rustic wooden tables, soft lamplight, background blurred to emphasize your focus on the meal. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, weathered Stetson hat, tough leather boots, canvas pants, practical and durable cowboy attire. Action: stepping onto a bustling Abilene street at dusk, your gaze observant as you take in the lively scene of cowboys, saloons, and piano music spilling from open doors, a sense of the town coming alive after your long journey. Camera, wide shot, capturing your figure amidst the street's activity. Environment, busy Abilene Street at sunset, golden light from the western horizon, dusty street, storefronts, flickering gas lamps beginning to glow, the distant din of the town. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, implicitly strong and enduring, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action, standing just inside the doorway of the Long Branch Saloon, your eyes adjusting to the dim, smoke-filled interior, taking in the long bar, card games, and women in colorful dresses circulating, the air thick with the smell of whiskey. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on your silhouette against the brighter doorway, revealing the saloon's interior behind you. Environment, dimly lit Long Branch Saloon interior, shafts of light cutting through tobacco smoke, scattered tables, a long wooden bar, patrons engaged in various activities. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, grinning despite your preference for less attention, practical cowboy clothing. Diego, dark eyes conveying gentle amusement beneath his sombrero, practical cowboy clothing. Manuel, composed face, practical cowboy clothing. Action, accepting a glass of whiskey from Manuel at a saloon table, Diego waves you over with a teasing call, others raising their glasses in a mock salute, the camaraderie palpable among the men who shared the trail. Camera, medium shot, capturing the interaction at the table. Environment, saloon table, half-empty whiskey bottle, glasses, warm lamplight, background of other saloon patrons blurred. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, practical cowboy attire. Action, holding a glass of whiskey, a subtle expression of a warm glow spreading across your face as the alcohol quickly relaxes muscles still tense from the trail. Camera, close-up, focusing on your hand holding the glass and your expression. Environment, saloon interior soft, warm lamplight, blurred background suggesting the bustling saloon but focusing on your internal sensation. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, town marshals, authoritative presence, badges gleaming. Cowboys, general patrons in very practical cowboy attire. Action, two town marshals, stern and observant, making their rounds through the crowded saloon, their badges gleaming in the lamplight, reminding patrons of the veneer of law and order. Camera, eye level, following the marshals through the crowd. Environment, crowded saloon at night, lamplight illuminating faces and badges, cowboys drinking and gambling at tables, a sense of controlled chaos. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, focused and cautiously determined, practical cowboy attire. Diego, Manuel, and other cowboys, engaged in the game. Action, sitting at a poker game, carefully considering your hand, chips and cards spread before you on the table, a balance of focus and reluctance in your posture, sticking to your set limit. Camera, medium shot, from slightly above, showing the card game and the expressions of the players. Environment, saloon table, cards, poker chips, a half-empty whiskey bottle, lamplit, with the surrounding saloon activity as a blurred backdrop. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, weary, body language showing overwhelming fatigue, weathered Stetson hat, wool coat. Action, stepping out of the Long Branch Saloon at midnight, the cool night air a welcome relief from the stuffy interior, your face reflecting the exhaustion of weeks of hard work and the day's excitement. Camera, medium shot, from behind you, looking out onto the darker street. Environment: dark Abilene side street at midnight, cool night air, distant sounds of the town, the brightly lit saloon doorway contrasting with the quiet street. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, weary, longing for rest, practical cowboy attire. Action: walking down a hotel hallway towards your room, anticipating the profound comfort of a real bed after weeks of sleeping rough on the trail, the door slightly ajar revealing a turned-down bed within. Camera: low angle, following you down the hallway, focusing on your weary but hopeful stride. Environment: hotel hallway, quiet, dimly lit by a single gas lamp, a simple wooden door slightly open, revealing a glimpse of a clean, soft bed inside. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Outfit: rough wool blanket draped over the bed, shirt and boots removed nearby. Action: laying on a soft bed, body experiencing unusual comfort and subtle unease after a long journey. Camera: eye level, focused on the protagonist's relaxed posture and subtle facial expression. Environment: dimly lit hotel room at night, soft glow from a window, muted town sounds implied. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Outfit: simple nightshirt. Action: lying awake in a plush hotel bed, eyes open, gazing towards a window that shows a hint of moonlight, feeling the claustrophobia of the enclosed space. Camera: close up on the protagonist's contemplative face, with the window in soft focus behind him. Environment: dark hotel room, a sliver of moonlight filtering through a partially curtained window, deep shadows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, rugged features. Outfit: cowboy attire, implied in shadow. Action: sitting on the edge of a bed, head slightly tilted, listening intently to the unfamiliar muffled sounds of a distant town at night. Camera: medium shot, focusing on the protagonist's attentive posture, conveying introspection. Environment: hotel room at night, hints of urban lights outside, a sense of quiet observation. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, with thoughtful expression. Outfit: not depicted, focus on memory. Action: imagining a vast, star-filled prairie sky, seen through the silhouette of a cowboy on horseback, contrasting with the immediate enclosed hotel room. Camera: wide shot, capturing the grandeur of a starlit landscape, with a subtle overlay or memory effect of the protagonist's pensive face. Environment: a dreamlike blend of a dark, stardusted prairie night, and a faint outline of a hotel room. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, body finally relaxing. Outfit: simple nightshirt. Action: drifting off to sleep, eyelids heavy, a gentle smile of satisfaction on his face as a distant train whistle fades into the silence. Camera: soft focus close-up on the protagonist's face as he falls asleep. Environment: dim hotel room, very subtle external light, conveying peace and the end of a long day. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old. Outfit: pajamas or simple nightclothes. Action: waking up in a hotel bed, eyes just opening, ears trying to decipher the new sounds of a bustling Abilene morning, wagons, people, distant train whistle, instead of prairie sounds. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on the protagonist's expression of mild confusion turning to understanding. Environment: brightening hotel room, morning light entering, an open window slightly ajar. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, body showing signs of hard work. Outfit: undressed, bare torso. Action: lying in a soft bed, stretching out luxuriously, hands reaching up to feel the soft sheets, a mix of relief and slight awkwardness on his face. Camera: high angle looking down, focusing on the protagonist's body language conveying comfort and unfamiliarity. Environment: well-lit hotel bed, crisp white sheets, a sense of fresh start. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Outfit: new shirt, freshly brushed canvas pants, weathered leather boots. Action: sitting on the edge of the bed, putting on his well-worn boots, inspecting the permanent creases and marks on them, a testament to his trail life. Camera: close up on the protagonist's hands and the worn leather boots, highlighting the contrast between the new clothes and old boots. Environment: hotel room, morning light, simple wooden floor visible. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered face. Outfit: new shirt and pants. Action: eating a hearty breakfast, eggs, bacon, biscuits with gravy, at a proper hotel dining table, savoring each bite with a look of deep satisfaction and slight wonder at the abundance. Camera: medium shot, capturing the protagonist at the table, focusing on the meal and his appreciative expression. Environment: brightly lit hotel dining room, other patrons in the background, a feeling of civilized comfort. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and practical cowboy attire. Action: observing the bustling diner, a subtle expression of thoughtful wonder at the civilized sounds. Camera: medium shot, focusing on your face and the immediate surroundings. Environment: a lively frontier diner, early morning sunlight streaming through windows, creating a warm, inviting glow on wooden tables and bustling patrons. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, and tough leather boots. Action: stepping onto a busy boardwalk, looking ahead with a sense of quiet observation at the awakening town. Camera: full body shot from behind, slightly over your shoulder, capturing the depth of the street. Environment: Abilene's bustling main street at an early hour, wagons delivering goods, townsfolk moving about, sun just rising to cast long shadows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, wearing practical cowboy attire, hands tucked in pockets. Action: standing amidst shelves piled high with goods, a look of quiet fascination and novelty on your face. Camera: eye-level shot, focusing on your thoughtful expression as you gaze at the diverse offerings. Environment: the interior of a frontier mercantile, shelves densely packed with canned foods, bolts of cloth, tools, and medicines, warm, inviting lamp light illuminating the goods. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and practical cowboy attire. Shopkeeper: weathered face, gnarled hands, wearing an apron over practical clothes. Action: standing at a wooden counter, receiving a modest package wrapped in brown paper and tied with string from the shopkeeper, a quiet sense of satisfaction on your face. Camera: close up on your hands and the package, with the shopkeeper's hands visible. Environment: the counter of the mercantile, warm interior lighting, with a glimpse of shelves in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid 22 years old, sun-darkened skin, wearing a weathered Stetson hat, a bandana loosely tied around your neck. Postmaster, standing behind a wooden counter. Action: reaching out to accept a worn, folded letter from the postmaster, your expression a blend of anticipation and reverence. Camera, medium shot, focusing on the exchange of the letter between your hand and the postmaster's. Environment: the modest, functional interior of a frontier post office, muted light through a small window. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid 22 years old, weathered face, bow-legged, wearing practical cowboy attire, Stetson hat tilted back slightly. Action: sitting on a wooden bench beneath a spreading cottonwood tree, deeply engrossed in reading a letter, a complex mix of nostalgia and resolve visible in your eyes. Camera, medium shot, capturing your contemplative face and the letter in your hands. Environment: a quiet corner of a frontier town park, dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves of a cottonwood tree, a sense of peaceful solitude. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid 22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, sun-darkened skin, seated on a park bench. Action: holding a folded letter, gazing into the middle distance with a thoughtful, introspective expression, a slight furrow in your brow conveying an internal struggle between nostalgia for home and certainty of freedom. Camera, close up on your face and hands, capturing the subtle emotions. Environment: a peaceful town park, a wooden bench under a cottonwood tree, soft, natural light, emphasizing your pensive mood. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid 22 years old, wearing a weathered Stetson hat and wool coat. Passengers, a mixture of businessmen in city clothes and settlers, faces expressing hope and apprehension. Action: standing on a busy platform, observing with quiet fascination as a powerful steam locomotive pulls into the station, exhaling steam and smoke. Camera, wide shot, capturing the full train, the bustling platform, and you observing from the side. Environment: a frontier train station, a majestic steam locomotive arriving, platform filled with diverse passengers, dynamic light from the morning sun. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, mid 22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, wearing practical cowboy attire. Gunsmith, experienced, focused, with tools around him. Action: leaning over a sturdy workbench, handing your revolver to the gunsmith for cleaning and inspection, a serious and pragmatic expression on your face. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the exchange of the revolver and the hands of both characters. Environment: the interior of a well-worn gunsmith's shop, tools neatly arranged on a wooden workbench, warm light from a nearby window or lamp highlighting the metallic details of the weapon. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, weathered and sun-darkened cowboy, pragmatic and enduring, in practical and durable cowboy attire, including a weathered Stetson hat and canvas pants. Action: observing with quiet intensity as a skilled gunsmith, his gnarled hands moving with reverent care, meticulously dismantles and cleans a worn Colt revolver on a sturdy wooden workbench. Camera, close up on the Colt and the gunsmith's hands, with your focused gaze just out of frame, implying observation. Environment: dimly lit interior of a frontier gunsmith's shop, smelling of oil and burnt powder, late afternoon light slanting through a dusty window, highlighting tools and intricate parts. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, pragmatic and observant cowboy, in practical canvas pants and tough leather boots. Action: standing beside a rough wooden counter, browsing a limited selection of well-worn books, a subtle curiosity in your expression, while a kind, older bookseller looks on with gentle surprise. Camera: medium shot, focusing on your interaction with the bookseller and the array of books on the counter, your calloused hands hovering over a worn spine. Environment: the quiet, cozy interior of a frontier bookseller's shop, filled with the scent of old paper and dust, shelves packed with diverse volumes, a rare moment of intellectual respite. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Diego, friendly and teasing Mexican vaquero, dark eyes gleaming with gentle amusement, beneath his sombrero, seated at a rough saloon table. Action: turning and waving exuberantly towards the saloon entrance, a broad grin on his face, beckoning you to join the relaxed camaraderie. Camera: medium shot, focusing on Diego's welcoming gesture, with blurred figures of other cowboys in the background, nursing their beers. Environment: the subdued, amberlit interior of a frontier saloon in the late afternoon, with smoke mingling with the scent of stale beer, the clinking of glasses echoing softly. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, resilient and contemplative cowboy, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused hands, in practical cowboy attire. Action: taking a deliberate sip from a cool beer, the foam leaving a slight mark on your upper lip, as you listen to the effortless flow of conversation, a sense of quiet contentment settling upon you. Camera: close up on your face and hands, holding the beer mug, your eyes reflecting the saloon's warm, dim light, conveying introspection. Environment: a worn wooden table in the quieter corner of a saloon, the air thick with the scent of tobacco and beer, with the murmur of shared stories from the trail creating a backdrop. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Tom, veteran cowboy, weathered face, a hint of dry humor in his eyes, in practical cowboy attire. Action: snorting derisively, raising his beer mug in a mock toast, his expression embodying the theatrical performance of a hard-living cowboy, yet his eyes betraying a deeper, complex reality. Camera: close up on Tom's expressive, weathered face, capturing the nuances of his performance and underlying character. Environment: the warm, inviting glow of a saloon, with the blurred figures of other cowboys in the background, hinting at the shared understanding among them. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: you, introspective and responsible cowboy, with weathered and sun-darkened skin, in durable canvas pants. Action: hesitating, your gaze sweeping across the faces of your comrades and then subtly towards a window that hints at the vastness outside, an undeniable impulse for change stirring within you, a silent debate between the known trail and new horizons. Camera: medium shot, capturing your thoughtful expression and subtle body language, a beer mug resting untouched before you, the window acting as a visual metaphor for choice. Environment: the saloon table, lit by the deepening evening, the camaraderie of your outfit forming a familiar but potentially confining circle. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: Diego, dark-eyed vaquero, friendly and direct, in practical cowboy clothing. Action: leaning forward slightly, an expectant, probing look on his face, directly addressing you with the question, "Are you coming back south with us?" His hand resting casually on the table. Camera: medium close-up, focusing on Diego's direct gaze and expression, creating a sense of immediate interaction and decision. Environment: a well-worn saloon table, dimly lit, the quiet intensity of the conversation momentarily eclipsing the surrounding saloon noise. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character: a group of diverse cowboys, including Tom and other members of your outfit, their faces reflecting experience and resilience. Action, nodding slowly and sagely in unison, a silent, shared recognition of the inherent restlessness and yearning for new horizons that compel many cowboys, a profound understanding passing between them without need for words. Camera, medium shot, capturing the collective expression of understanding on multiple weathered faces around the saloon table. Environment, the warm, slightly smoky interior of a saloon, the deepening evening casting long shadows, emphasizing the communal wisdom of the frontier. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, generic cowboys and newly arrived outfits, flushed with arrival, in practical cowboy attire, including Stetsons and hats. Action, the saloon gradually filling with more men, their animated conversations and boisterous laughter creating a rising tide of sound, the atmosphere shifting from subdued to lively and crowded as evening deepens. Camera, wide shot, capturing the increasing density of the saloon's patrons, the energetic hubbub, and the transition of light from dusk to lantern glow. Environment, the interior of a frontier saloon at twilight, lamplit, the air thick with the scent of whiskey and sweat, the walls of rough-hewn timber echoing with newfound revelry. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, men, cowboys from various outfits, weathered and sun-darkened faces, practical cowboy attire. Women, brightly colored dresses. Piano player, fingers flying across the keys, formal attire for a musician in a saloon. Action, men are singing along, some surprisingly melodious, others off-key. Women are circulating, charmingly encouraging drinks and offering companionship. The scene is bustling with activity and noise. Camera, wide shot, slightly elevated, capturing the breadth of the saloon's interior. Focus on the general energy and movement. Environment, bustling, smoky saloon interior, gas lamps casting a warm, slightly hazy glow. Wooden bar, tables, and a piano. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action, nursing a beer, observing the saloon's chaotic entertainments with a contemplative, slightly wistful mood, feeling a slight detachment from the burgeoning revelry. Camera, close-up on the protagonist's face and hand holding the beer, slightly blurred background of the saloon activity. Focus on the introspective expression. Environment, smoky saloon interior, gaslight creating soft shadows and highlights on the protagonist's face. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, piano player, anonymous, his fingers flying across the keys, typical formal attire for a saloon musician. Action, playing a popular tune with intensity and skill, hands a blur over the keys as he strikes up the melody. Camera, mid-shot, focusing on the piano player's hands and upper body at the piano, with a hint of the lively saloon background. Environment, saloon, warm glow of gaslight on the piano, other revelers in the background. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, two cowboys from different outfits, their faces flushed with alcohol, practical cowboy attire. Action, their voices escalating in a heated disagreement near the bar, hands gesturing, bodies tense, drawing attention from nearby patrons. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the two cowboys' intense expressions and body language, with parts of the bar and other patrons visible around them. Environment, crowded saloon interior near the bar, dramatic lighting from gas lamps highlighting their flushed faces. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character, town marshal, quiet presence, authoritative figure, wide-brimmed Stetson hat, practical law enforcement attire. Two cowboys, flushed faces, tense posture. Action, Marshall stands between the two arguing cowboys, one hand resting casually yet pointedly near his holstered revolver, his eyes hard as flint. The cowboys are momentarily hushed, grudgingly acknowledging his presence. Camera, eye-level shot, focusing on the marshal's calm yet firm demeanor, framed by the two cowboys backing down. Environment, saloon interior, the immediate area around the bar, subtle shift in lighting as the tension breaks. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action, stepping out onto a wooden boardwalk from a saloon door, inhaling the cooler, crisp night air with a profound sense of relief after the smoky confines. Camera, over-the-shoulder shot from behind the protagonist, looking out at the boardwalk and the initial view of the night sky and town lights. Focus on the moment of transition. Environment, smoky saloon doorway opening onto a wooden boardwalk, cooler night air, faint twinkling stars partially obscured by amber town lights. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, practical cowboy attire, walking slowly. Action, walking slowly along a wooden boardwalk in a frontier town at night, looking up at the faintly twinkling stars that are partially obscured by town lights, contemplating the vast wilderness and future decisions. Camera, full body shot, slightly from behind and to the side, capturing the protagonist's thoughtful posture as he walks. Stars visible above. Environment, wooden boardwalk of a frontier town at night, partially obscured stars, amber glow of town lights, suggesting the transition from civilization to wilderness. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, tired body, implicitly strong and enduring. Action, entering a modest hotel room, boots and outer clothes shed beside the turned-down bed, a small lamp casting a warm, inviting light against the encroaching darkness. A pitcher of fresh water on the washstand. Camera, interior shot, framed to show the simple yet profound comfort of the modest room, focusing on the turned-down bed and the lamp's warm glow. Environment, simple, modest hotel room interior at night, warm lamp light, comfortable bed. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Action, washing face and hands at a washstand in a hotel room, using cool water and lye soap, feeling remarkably civilized after the trail's deprivations. Camera, medium close-up, focusing on the protagonist's hands and face as he washes, with the washstand and pitcher of water prominent. Environment, modest hotel room interior, soft lamp light illuminating the washstand area. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire. Action, lying in a simple hotel bed, eyes open, listening to the muffled town sounds, a flicker of distant light illuminating a worn Stetson hat on a nearby chair. Camera, low angle, focused on the protagonist's contemplative face. Environment, dim hotel room in Abilene at night, a sense of subtle comfort, soft glow from a window. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, sharing a quiet moment with Diego and Tom, their faces illuminated by firelight. Action, sitting around a flickering campfire, cups in hand, immersed in easy camaraderie, longhorns bedded down peacefully in the distance. Camera, eye level, focused on the group, highlighting expressions. Environment, vast prairie at night, endless sweeping horizon, the comforting sounds of a bedded down herd, warmth of a wood fire. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Action, seated at a small wooden table, carefully writing a letter home, $10 and a slim book of poetry laid beside him. Camera, medium shot, focused on his hands and the letter. Environment, simple room in Abilene during the day, warm natural light streaming through a window, a sense of quiet purpose. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, various cowboys, diverse practical cowboy attire, some on horseback, some near a stagecoach or railcar. Action, cowboys departing Abilene, some heading south, others towards a stagecoach or rail, the streets growing noticeably quieter as cattle season ends. Camera, wide shot, capturing the main street of Abilene. Environment, Abilene Street in late afternoon, dusty, the atmosphere shifting from frenetic to sedate, fading light. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, with Tom, Diego, and Luis, all with practical cowboy attire. Action, gathered around a wooden table in the Prairie Rose restaurant, coffee cups raised in a simple but profoundly significant farewell dinner. Camera, eye level, focused on the group, capturing the sense of camaraderie and impending separation. Environment, interior of the Prairie Rose restaurant, warm, inviting light, simple wooden tables and chairs, a sense of shared history. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, Tom, weathered face, pragmatic, gruff, practical cowboy attire. Action, raising his coffee cup in a meaningful toast, his eyes twinkling slightly, a rare expression of praise and deep respect for a fellow cowboy. Camera, close-up, focused on Tom's face and his raised cup. Environment, warm, soft lighting from the restaurant, blurred background of fellow cowboys. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, strong and enduring, practical and durable cowboy attire, calloused and deeply cracked hands. Action, meticulously organizing and securing his bedroll and other possessions firmly behind the saddle of his loyal gelding. Camera, medium shot, focused on the protagonist's hands and the gear. Environment, outside a livery stable in Abilene, early morning, crisp air, soft pre-dawn light. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, with the gelding, a steady mount, ears pricked forward. Action, standing beside his gelding, securing his bedroll, the horse seemingly eager to move, sensing the imminent departure. Camera, mid-distance shot, capturing the bond between man and horse. Environment, outside the livery stable, early morning, the quiet of Abilene before full activity, a sense of anticipation. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, on the gelding, a steady mount. Action, riding purposefully out of Abilene, casting a reflective glance back at the receding town, then turning his gaze northwest towards the vast, promising horizon of Wyoming territory. Camera, wide shot, capturing the protagonist on horseback, with Abilene fading behind him and an expansive landscape ahead. Environment, edge of Abilene, transitioning to open plains, early morning light, a sense of new beginnings and untamed frontier. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, rough wool blanket, oilcloth, bandana, weathered Stetson hat, tough leather boots, canvas pants, wool coat. Action: riding away from a receding town, shoulders relaxing as the vast open country embraces you. Camera, medium shot from behind, focusing on the rider and horse, slightly wide-angled to capture the receding town and expanding landscape. Environment: Abilene receding in the background, open prairie ahead with tall grass rustling in the wind, clear sky. Mid-morning light, warm and inviting. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical and durable cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action: riding slowly, a pensive expression, reflecting on the changing West and the fading cowboy era. Camera, close-up on the rider's face from a slight angle, showing his contemplative gaze towards the horizon. Environment: expansive prairie with subtle visual cues of encroaching civilization in the far distance, under a soft, slightly melancholic late afternoon light. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, practical and durable cowboy attire, Stetson hat. The gelding, protagonist's horse, steady mount, powerful shoulders, ears pricked forward, wearing saddle and bridle. Action: riding together in perfect, unspoken communication, a quiet understanding between horse and rider. Camera, eye-level shot, focusing on the rider's hand on the reins and the horse's neck, suggesting shared movement. Environment: vast, rolling prairie stretching to the horizon under a clear, bright midday sky, a sense of boundless freedom. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, silhouette in practical cowboy attire, Stetson hat. The gelding, protagonist's horse, silhouette. Action: silhouetted figure on horseback, pausing to gaze at the majestic unfolding landscape. Camera, wide shot, capturing the vastness of the landscape with the rider and horse as a focal point in the middle ground. Environment: rolling prairie giving way to varied terrain, distant hills rising stoically against an impossibly blue sky. Sun beginning its westward descent, casting long, soft shadows. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire, weathered Stetson hat. Action: scanning the horizon with an experienced, discerning eye, looking for subtle signs of water, shelter, and good grass for a campsite. Camera, medium close-up on the rider's face and upper body, showing his keen gaze towards the distance. Environment: open country in late afternoon light, with a vast, empty horizon, highlighting subtle variations in the land that an expert would notice. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, calloused and deeply cracked hands, practical cowboy attire, Stetson hat. The gelding, protagonist's horse, wearing a saddle. Action: unsaddling the horse with practiced, economical efficiency, the process of care and routine for the trusted mount. Camera, medium shot, focusing on the hands unsaddling the horse, showing the worn leather and the horse's patient presence. Environment: a quiet natural camping spot at twilight, with gentle hills and distant trees, hint of a spring or water source nearby. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR-16:9. Character: you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, practical cowboy attire, canvas pants, wool coat. Action: bending to gather small branches and twigs for a modest, flickering campfire, a humble act of self-reliance. Camera, low angle, focusing on the figure gathering wood, emphasizing the effort and the sparse resources. Environment, approaching dusk in a dry grassy area, scattered low brush or sparse trees, the sky transitioning from blue to soft orange hues. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, practical cowboy attire, wool coat, Stetson hat. Action, sitting contemplatively by a small, flickering campfire, preparing a simple, hearty meal that sustains you. Camera, medium shot, capturing the warmth of the fire on the cowboy's face, with the vast darkness of the open country visible beyond the light's reach. Environment, darkness falling, a small, flickering fire at the center, surrounded by the expanse of the open range under a darkening sky. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, the protagonist, male, mid-22 years old, implied presence by the bedroll, rough wool blanket. Action, a bedroll spread on the ground, a familiar saddle serving as a pillow, ready for rest after a long day. Camera, wide shot, capturing the bedroll in the foreground, with the vast, starry night sky as the dominant feature. Environment, deep night on the open prairie, stars scattered across the sky like diamond dust on black velvet, faint silhouette of distant hills under the moonlight. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, bow-legged, calloused and deeply cracked hands, weathered and sun-darkened skin. Wearing a rough wool blanket, oilcloth, bandana, weathered Stetson hat, tough leather boots, canvas pants. Action, settling into bedroll, body relaxing into deep rest after a long day. Camera, high angle, looking down at the figure, focus on the peaceful expression. Environment, open prairie at night, low burning campfire with dying embers casting warm light, vast, inky canopy of stars, subtle chill in the air. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, the gelding, a steady mount with powerful shoulders and legs, ears pricked forward, quietly grazing. Action, briefly shifting at a distant sound, then returning to undisturbed grazing. Camera, eye-level shot, focus on the horse's ears and peaceful demeanor. Environment, dark open prairie at night, faint glow from a distant campfire, stars scattered across the sky, subtle movement in the tall grass. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, lying on your back, silhouette against the bright sky. Wearing a weathered Stetson hat and a rough wool blanket. Action, gazing upward, feeling a profound, visceral connection to the ancient land. Camera, low angle, looking up past the figure towards the sky, focus on the vastness. Environment, open prairie at night, breathtaking profusion of stars dominating the inky canopy, the distant, haunting echo of a coyote's cry. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, weathered and sun-darkened skin, strong and enduring, on horseback. Wearing a weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, wool coat. Action, riding slowly across the open range, absorbing the timelessness of the landscape, reflecting on generations past. Camera, wide shot, capturing the solitary rider in a vast landscape, focus on the sense of scale. Environment, expansive open prairie under a transitioning sky, subtle colors of pre-dawn or twilight, deep, ancient rhythms of the land visible. Style, watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16 to 9. Character, you, mid-22 years old, rugged and determined, on the gelding, a powerful and loyal horse. Wearing practical, durable cowboy attire, bandana pulled over nose and mouth for dust, weathered Stetson hat. Action: riding through a cloud of fine dust, embodying the raw, real experience of cowboy life. Camera: medium shot, capturing the dynamic movement, focus on the grit and determination. Environment: dusty, sun-drenched prairie during the day, windswept landscape, clear sky. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, on horseback, still and observant. Wearing a weathered Stetson hat, canvas pants, wool coat. Action: observing the changing western landscape, noticing distant signs of civilization's encroachment. Camera: long shot, capturing the vastness of the prairie, with a subtle, distant hint of telegraph poles or faint railroad tracks on the horizon. Environment: open prairie under a wide sky, sense of expansive solitude, faint signs of human alteration in the far distance. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, calloused hands, sun-darkened skin. Wearing tough leather boots, canvas pants, a spare shirt. Action: quietly and competently checking the cinch of your saddle, demonstrating practical skill and unwavering adaptability. Camera: close up on hands and equipment, focus on the worn leather and purposeful movement. Environment: camp scene or open range during the day, hints of longhorn cattle in the background. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, a silhouette on the gelding, a trusty horse. Wearing a weathered Stetson hat. Action: pausing atop a rise, witnessing a magnificent sunrise that paints the vast landscape. Camera: wide shot, silhouette against a brilliant, fiery sunrise sky, focus on the sweeping, vibrant prairie. Environment: sweeping, expansive prairie at dawn, sky in brilliant oranges, fiery reds, and soft purples, untouched by city lights. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9. Character: you, mid-22 years old, in your bedroll, peacefully asleep. Wearing a rough wool blanket. Action: deeply resting in the perfect stillness of the prairie night, embodying the enduring spirit of the fading cowboy era. Camera: overhead shot, showing the figure small against the vastness, focus on the sense of peace. Environment: open prairie at night, campfire reduced to ash, stars majestically wheeling overhead, distant, haunting call of coyotes, peaceful stillness. Style: watercolor illustration, mid-distance 35 to 50 mm look, anti-distortion, AR 16:9.